standardization in blockchain. And the project has been funded by the digital program by the European Commission, obviously. So we've joined by people online as well. So I'm not sure how many people are online yet, but I'm sure there'll be more joining as the day goes on, as well as here in Brussels too. So okay, so we've got a packed day, and I've got this packed slide as well, just to show that SEEBLOCKS comes at a time when the Commission of funding and really putting their money where their mouth is when it comes to standardization, both in terms of funding and supporting contributions to standardization. So you see many different projects on this slide, which are funded either through the Horizon Europe program or also through the digital program as well, which are doing different activities and supporting different activities. So in the middle, we have funding, projects which have funding to fund experts. So budget which is then passed to people who can contribute to standardization in ICT, for example, with Stand ICT, which has now been running for around 10 years, and also in specific areas such as blockchain, also cybersecurity, so standards for the Cyber Resilience Act, and for international cooperation too. So there's direct support to people who are looking for extra financial support to be able to contribute to standardization working groups or technical committees, attending meetings or writing documents. And then on the left, you've got a strong push to raise awareness and expertise in standardization, in particular to the research community, through projects like the Horizon Standardization Booster, HS Booster, which provided mentoring services and training to EU projects, and also to projects such as Edu for Standards, which is setting out basically a curricula for standardization in higher education institutions and also SME audience as well. So you see other the broadening as well from the European countries to the widening countries, with projects such as the wider advanced facility, and then also with I Am for RE, the push towards raising awareness of standardization in technology transfer offices to help entrepreneurship, so entrepreneurship spin-offs, and those organizations being able to think about standardization as a way to valorize their projects and their research results. So there's a lot of different activities and a lot of different stakeholders being supported, from the research and academia to small and medium enterprises as well. So, and across the board, in many of these projects, you have training and education as well. So there's an element of increasing the amount of awareness and knowledge and soft skills as well for being able to take part in a technical committee and to equip researchers, but also SMEs and people from the open source community to be able to do this. So appropriately for today, you can see SEEBLOCKS right in the middle there as a facilitator for improving standardization here for blockchain technologies, and also the sister project BlockStand as well. And together they had a joint workshop at the ISO event yesterday, and we'll be hearing from that later on today. So, but SEEBLOCKS has actually covered a number of these different areas you see on this slide. Firstly, in providing funding for their contributions to standardization and advancing standardization in blockchain technologies. And secondly, in understanding the international landscape, the gaps and the needs, and putting forward a policy roadmap, which has helped to contribute to the EC's rolling plan for ICT standardization. We'll hear a little bit more about that later as well this morning. And then thirdly, in providing training courses and a visualization tool to help raise awareness and expertise in the area of standardization. So if we look at today, the agenda, so we've got a really strong agenda, and Rita and the consortium have really done well to pull these people together, and also for internationally as well. So we'll hear first from the consortium partners on the lasting legacy of SEEBLOCKS and the next steps, you know, what's been achieved and what happens next. And then we'll be looking at more detail at the EC's rolling plan for ICT standardization. Then we'll be looking at a European perspective on challenges identified in Europe and their impact internationally. And then we'll hear from international perspectives, and we've got experts from across the globe who will be joining us there. And it's, you know, the SEEBLOCKS has organized events in Japan and also in the US to really facilitate this dialogue, which has been important. And then in the final sessions in the afternoon, we'll hear from the people who have been funded by SEEBLOCKS to advance standardization. And we have two panels with the experts who will explain the impact that they've been able to create thanks to the funding from the Commission. And then at the end of the very end of the day, we'll have an award ceremony as well. And we've got nice little plaques to give people for just special recognition. And then finally, there'll be an award for everybody, as we'll have a cocktail at the end of the day. So you all get a nice drink and something to eat as well at the end of the day. So just remember, it's a remote event, and I think we have 40 people in total who'll be joining us during the day. So feel free, please, in the audience to ask questions. I think we're a small group, so it's worth making interaction a priority. And also online, if there are any questions, then we'll try to monitor those as best we can and make sure the questions are addressed. I think the Wi-Fi password's on your badge. I'm sure you've already seen that. So it couldn't be easier, could it? So let's move to the first session. I'd like to invite the main partners in the project. So Rita is the coordinator, if she'd like to come up, and also Irina from DCU, and Knut from Fraunhofer as well. Okay, and they're going to give an overview of the main results and impact of the project that is SEEBLOCKS. So when you come, and Rita, I'll hand over to you for your presentation. Here we are, sorry, this is the panel.
Thank you, Nick, for the introduction. Thank you for Irina and Knut to be here on stage. So the SEEBLOCKS is a project funded by the European Commission. But before we provide an overview, let's say who is behind the project. So we have Trust IT, which is an SME. We have the Dublin State University, Irina, and we also have Fraunhofer, Knut. And just would like to highlight, so these three partners, they have a wide experience on being involved in European projects focused on standardization. So on the right side of the screen, you can see an overview of the project where we have been involved, and some of them were already mentioned by Nick. So SEEBLOCKS is one of them. We are here today. We also have been involved on the project for standards, focused on education, Stand ICT, which is focused on IT standardization in general. Instar, HS Boost, and Indico, where Instar and Indico Global are more focused on international collaboration between Europe and other countries on the globe, like Japan, South Korea, States, South America. And in fact, these projects will be part of the agenda later today in two panels, which will be moderated by our colleague Fiona, but we'll leave that later in the day. So we are here to talk about blockchain. So I suppose we all know what is blockchain. But the thing is, this is a very important topic for Europe. And in fact, as Nick had mentioned yesterday, there was a joint event organized between SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand, which is, Blockstand is, let's say, the twin project, the sister, which have the same goals as SEEBLOCKS. And yesterday, so this event was collocated with ISO TC300, a plenary, which is focused on blockchain and DLTs. And we discussed very different topics, all related to blockchain. So we had digital wallets, digital products passport. We also had, we talk about sustainability, the EPSI, audits, digital finance, and so on and so on. So you can see this is a very important topic. But why European Union cares about this? Why is this such an important technology that we cannot ignore? So just to talking about market value, just if you note down, so in 2021, a couple of years ago, so the value of blockchain in European Union was 1 billion, but in 2028, which is just around the corner, it will go from 1 billion to 50 billion. So there is huge market value here. But from a policy point of view, why the European Union cares about this? Because blockchain basically brings many benefits from a policy point of view, and they are listed on the screen. So the first one is the blockchain allows higher levels of trust in many deployment projects. Second, the European Union has a EU Green Deal and wants to increase the sustainable practices within the region. There are also the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the blockchain can have an important role in reaching those goals. So that's a very important part. Also, data protection. Blockchain can support a lot the GDPR legislation that are in Europe and also the Data Act. Digital identity. So as you know, there is eIDAS, there is a digital product passport, and blockchain is a crucial technology to ensure that there is an involvement of digital identity frameworks of persons, products, and many more. What else? Cybersecurity, which is something that was mentioned quite often yesterday at the joint event. So blockchain can increase very much the levels of cybersecurity. And also cybersecurity can also help blockchain. And this is a topic that will be discussed later on the first panel right after the lunch break. Last important point, so blockchain can increase interoperability, and also very important words which are music for, let's say, policy point of view. Blockchain allows innovation, competitiveness, and economic growth. So these are very important to be able to allow market growth. And also, last but not least, you know, blockchain can allow better collaboration between the different European countries, and with this, people are more united. And that's why, so with blockchain, European Union has a gold opportunity to set a global standard in innovation, regulation, and security, and to shape the future of Web 3.0 and 4.0. So blockchain is important. We all know about that. So about SEEBLOCKS, Nick already provided an overview. So on SEEBLOCKS, it's a 2-year project, very similar to, so Blockchain was also a project who lasted for 2 years. And what we did here, so we selected experts to contribute to standardization activities. We also contributed to standardization documents, and more details will be provided on that later on. We also have the visualization tool, a training academy, and also we want to contribute to European rolling plan of standardization. But you may think, okay, blockchain is important, there is SEEBLOCKS, but how SEEBLOCKS was useful as a project, okay? So what was the benefit to a project like this one and the one, so the Blockchain one? But here on SEEBLOCKS, why the project is useful? And in fact, when we read the call from the European Union, we said, okay, they have challenges that need to be addressed, so let's prepare a work plan that takes into account those problems to be solved. So the first one, the European Commission said we want more Europeans, experts on blockchain, involved on STOs and standardization efforts. So what we did, we had 4 recruitment processes where we selected experts, European experts, to be involved on these standardization bodies, not just from ISO, IEEE, SENS, and NLX, so there was a selection process. We invited them. They are here today in the afternoon, and we funded a total of 33 projects, and we expect that the work of these experts are contributing to over 100 standardization documents. But for more details about that, I'll leave the floor to Irina. She will talk about that. Another point addressed by the EU. Listen, so we see the European Union that people are afraid to embrace blockchain and use that technology for market innovation, but we also see there is a lack of skills of blockchain experts to be involved on standardization efforts. And we were like, okay, What can we do about this? So different things. If there's lack of skills, we need to provide these skills. So we launched the Training Academy, an online course with different kinds of, so basic to advanced level. And we also have part of the Training Academy where we organize short courses within different universities and institutions. And about that, I'll give the floor to Knut, who will provide more details about that. So we have first Training Academy. What's after? We also organized 12 webinars on different topics on blockchain standardization and not only. And so far we had over 600 attendees, so this was quite a success. We also organized workshops, and some of them were workshops where we taught people on how to implement an ISO standard, which is focused on new and emerging blockchain use cases. So these were events where we provided skills of people to innovate in blockchain while fitting that innovation within a standard that had been published. And to close, we have a visualization tool with different materials on standardization, on blockchain. So we have so SEEBLOCKS has a tool, Blockchain also has one. So this is something that we have available on the website for you to use. Another point that the European Commission said, that we would like to add the European Union fund initiatives to be more involved on standardization. He said, what we can do about it. So one is the visualization tool. So we have this information available for everyone, including those projects. And the other point is we establish synergies with many of these projects. Some of them are here today at the workshop. And we also organize joint events with these projects all around Europe. And also we had synergies with other institutions outside of Europe, so United States and Japan, and also from South America, which are also here in this conference today in the afternoon. So this was a way to make them more involved on standardization activities. But there is another challenge that we had to address. We want SMEs to be involved in standardization activities, which is something that is not happening quite a lot. So one thing that we are happy to say, so what we have, the visualization tool that was mentioned, we have those workshops where we helped implementing the standard from ISO. We counted with startups and small companies who want to innovate in blockchain. There are also those webinars, but we did two additional things that we need to focus on. So we have a section on the website with use case and best practices to help SMEs to have inspiration and to see what they can do on blockchain and what needs to be done so they can get more market value thanks to the technology. And last, we had an open consultation where we collected feedback from SMEs and startups about what still needs to be done for them to adopt further blockchain technologies in their daily work. So all in all, what is available from SEEBLOCKS for those who are interested on blockchain. So we have the visualization tool with a very wide catalog of materials. We have also landscape analysis reports where we analyze how is the blockchain sector in the EU, what are the gaps that needs to be addressed, and these inputs are also shared with the European Commission. We also have a section on the website with use case and best practices for benchmark, and again, the Training Academy, which was already referred. So, and the events of today. So yesterday at the joint event with SEEBLOCKS and Blockchain ISO PLENARY, we focused more on more specific topics of blockchain. There were around 8 panels where we discussed more technical details. So here, the event of today will first, so after us, we'll have an overview, as Nick already said, of the ICT rolling plan for standardization. We will also, we'll try to discuss, we have the first panel in the afternoon. So we have blockchain and we have other technology like cybersecurity, IoT, artificial intelligence, and we will discuss on how blockchain, who has its own standardization needs, can help the standardization needs of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and so on. So that's one topic that we want to focus on this today. And the following panel, we want to discuss how the blockchain standardization needs can be aligned with other standardization needs from other continents. So we have representatives from the United States and Japan, we have some South America, we have from India. So on these two panels, we have other projects involved to talk about this. We want to understand better more international collaboration in the field. And then after that, we will invite on stage the SEEBLOCKS experts where they'll present what they did, thanks to the SEEBLOCKS support, and also to know their opinion, what needs to be done in the future. And at the end, we have the final ceremony that Nick already mentioned, where there were some experts whose work had a special impact, and we want to give a recognition to those. But now it's time to know a little bit more about the calls we had with experts. So Irina, would you like to be here and give more information about it? This is your command.
Thank you very much for being here today. So a little bit about the projects that SEEBLOCKS funded. We are very grateful to our experts and they achieved that, we believe, a huge impact that we're going to talk about next. So before diving into this impact, I think it's important to mention that the European Commission defined several policy objectives for distributed ledger technologies in line with the rolling plan for ICT standardizations. So it's objective 1 there, DLT as trust anchor infrastructure, DLT-based profile aligned with eIDAS, DLT as a trust service, and smart contract as trusted technology. And we have projects in the context of SEEBLOCKS that subscribe to all of these objectives. Some subscribe to one, some subscribe to more. And we also have some projects that are outside of these objectives that we are going to talk about in a few minutes. So subscribing to the first objective, DLT as trust anchor infrastructure, you have there a couple of examples in all our 4 SEP calls. We had 4 SEP calls in total in the context of SEEBLOCKS project. We also had several projects subscribed into the second objective. You can see there on this slide. On the third one as well. The fourth one, which is about the smart contracts as trusted technologies. And as I mentioned, we also had several projects that were beyond these objectives or priorities. Projects that subscribe to industry verticals such as financial services or robotics. We had several projects that focus on sustainability, as we've seen yesterday in one of our panels. But also we'll see later today, we'll hear from our experts that work on those projects. A little bit about the impact, but I would also encourage you to read more in this booklet that you can find at the registration desk. So it's a booklet that basically summarizes the impact produced by our experts in the context of SEEBLOCKS project. Just some key points on this slide. As Rita mentioned earlier, our experts contributed to more than 100 standardization documents, whether we are talking about technical reports or new work item proposals, or in my mind comes now 10 different standards that were impacted by the sustainability strategy devised by Paul, by our expert, and we're going to hear about more in a later panel today. Even GitHub activities in the context of W3C. So we have a variety of standardization documents that our experts contributed to, and we are very proud of their work, although it's their work, but we supported it, so we are proud about that. We also believe that their work contributed to enhance interoperability of blockchain system through standardized protocols and documentation. We also believe, as I said, we have several projects that focus on the sustainability aspect. So we believe that we contributed to the environmental sustainability in blockchain applications. We have several projects that focus on security, privacy. So as you can see there, we also kind of claim that we contributed to an improved security, privacy, and data integrity in digital identity and blockchain-based systems. We also have several standards that focus on bridging cross-domain standards. Ultimately, we are supporting the role of DLT as a certifiable and trusted infrastructure for Europe. We also contribute to the alignment with major EU priorities, such as the GDPR, eIDAS, and other regulation or initiatives, European initiatives such as the EU Green Deal and so on and so forth. As I said, that was just really the impact in a nutshell, but I think that extends beyond those points, and I'm encouraging you to read the booklet. Another activity that we conducted in the context of SEEBLOCKS was to do this landscape and gap analysis reports, and I see Fiona there in the room. She greatly contributed to those reports, especially the first and second delivery. And we are going to release another one in May, at the end of May, fingers crossed. Well, we have to. So we kind of focused on providing a comprehensive overview of DLT and blockchain standards, but also identifying the existing gaps. And in the second release, we also kind of showed where the experts' work contributed to fill some of the gaps identified in the landscape. So the third one, it's an exciting one. It will be really the comprehensive one. We're also very proud to work with the technical working group that was specifically made to work on this with us. So we are counting on their expertise as well. And we're really looking forward to this release. I think it is going to be exciting. Yeah, and just to mention, it's not here on the website, but also you'll see soon on our website some use cases that were collected from community, again, with the support of Fiona, from some exciting events. It's Dublin, it's Sofia, and so on and so forth. And also, we're going to propose some best practices that were collected from the literature, like literature, I'm an academic, sorry. But from other European projects and initiatives, and also proposed by our experts. So thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to Knut, my colleague.
Yeah, also welcome from my side. Initially, I shouldn't be here because Simone Vosso, my colleague, is mainly responsible for putting this visualization tool together, but in order to keep the gender balance a little bit, I'm here. Yeah, what we did, we collected material which is already there, although related to blockchain standardization, there's more or less nothing, and therefore we started to close this gap. Then Trust IT put up the infrastructure to oops. What is this? Okay. Okay, thank you. The infrastructure to host all the material, and there are more than 100 sources beyond that. Also, what we now did is also to allow kind of to get a certificate. Yeah? If you go through the material, if you kind of fill out some multiple choice that. In parallel, what we also started last year is to give guest lectures in different courses. There are a few courses and programs in Europe on blockchain in general, for example, in Dublin, but also in Copenhagen, in Cyprus. And next week, I will also give a lecture in Romania. That means we also bring that really to the students. That's important, and that will be also continued. The visualization tool allows really then not only to search for existing standards, but also other material. That means we try to really reach different kind of stakeholder groups which are listed below, starting from the students, but also others like SMEs, startups, which are into the business and might be really a benefit from getting also into standardization. It means that the tool, and here you see also the QR code with which you can access the tool, and the plan is also then to different search categories we implemented, and the idea is also to keep that updated in probably one of the other projects, probably EDU for standards. It's about education and standardization, to give this work kind of a home for the next years and maybe also beyond. Yeah, these are the three modules. It's about the ICT standardization landscape. How does it look like, and how does it look like, especially related to blockchain? And good, there's the ISO TC307, but there is much more. The other one is about what are the impacts of standards. We have heard about interoperability, security, etc. in general, but what is then available related to blockchain topics in particular. And the last one is about the interface between research and standardization, and what kind of success stories we know from kind of transferring research results into blockchain standardization. And if you want to do that, or students want to do that, then at the end they can also get a SEEBLOCKS certificate. I think that's it for now, because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Yes, one thing I would like to add, Knut, is that so part of the training academy, so we also organize trainings in certain institutions. So if you have any interest that something to be organized with our support, contact us. So it's just a matter to inform us, and we'll start discussing that with you. Just like to add that point. And so this is the SEEBLOCKS overview, and now I think I'll pass the floor to Nick, who can, Nick is here to introduce people, so he could properly invite our next guest. And thank you for coming here. Thank you, Knut and Irina, for the joint work we pulled together for SEEBLOCKS.
Okay. Right, thank you very much. Round of applause. Okay, so I'd like to invite our next speaker, which is Jochen Friedrich from IBM, and he's also chair of the task force on the EU ICT rolling plan for standardization, ICT standardization. And of course, as we heard before, blockchain has provided input to this document in terms of the roadmap that has been put together. So if you'd like to come up, and we have your slides.
Super. Yeah, thank you very much for having me here, for inviting me. It's a great pleasure. I am not from the European Commission, even though I will talk a bit about EU policy objectives because they are expressed in the EU rolling plan. And as Nick mentioned, I'm the chair of the task force rolling plan. If I'm not chairing the task force rolling plan, I work for IBM, where I'm head of department for standardization and technical regulation in Europe. So looking at blockchain, the key topic here, to me, blockchain, and here I come, probably also very much from my IBM history, is very much linked to open source. Blockchain developed originally very much in open source. One of the projects, the key projects, was the Hyperledger project, where several of my colleagues from IBM were involved very much in shaping it, in driving it, in promoting it. Yeah, as I said, it started very much in open source projects. There are, of course, others. I just picked this one because I know a bit about it. It's one prominent example. It was under the head of the, I can look also here, I just realized. It was under the head of the Linux Foundation. Just for those of you who remember those days, here a little recap, and I will go into details of this, of the Hyperledger Fabric architecture. where you can see it developed further. It was brought ready to be adopted in the market. You had the SDK available, and then the Hyperledger Fabric architecture with the different components that had to interact together, and then putting the information into the blockchain, driving this. Very innovative, very fast. It started something like, when was it? A good decade ago, and evolved since then. And also pretty hyped at some time, then it became a bit more quiet. And I think nowadays blockchain is more or less steadily in the, has spread across different possible applications, use case areas where it is being used. The success story, for those who are interested, continues. The Hyperledger project, Hyperledger Fabric, is now part. It moved into the ledger technology projects under the Linux Foundation, into the LF Decentralized Trust project, where you have several, Besu, Yero, Hyperledger Fabric, Hyperledger Indy, Hyperledger Iroha, whatever they deal with in detail. If you're interested, take a look there if you don't know them already. But you can see it also went into the Linux Foundation, into a group of activities that are very relevant for trusted data transactions, trusted recording, decentralized trust. So from my perspective, it shows the evolvement and how to bring blockchain into a broad range of use case scenarios, applications, and with these projects, make it available for easy adoption as open source technology on the market. Very soon, also, it was seen, because of trust, because of privacy, that the interplay of standardization and open source is relevant here. That you need something, if you have the dynamic, innovative pace of open source projects, with something like blockchain, you need something to put the stability, complement the innovative power with the stability that standards can provide. And then the standardization work started. I'm sure many of you were involved probably, or are involved in ISO TC 307. I still remember the discussions. Is it an ISO project? Is it a JTC1 project? Where to set it up? Were quite some intense discussions at ISO level as well. It was probably a good decision to put it into ISO, because blockchain is more than just the IT specific technology. It has this broader spectrum, as we already heard in the first presentations this morning. So this was recognized. We had in Europe the Senelec JTC 19 creation, which of course closely collaborates with ISO TC 307. You have other activities which I did not list here. They are just examples. ITU had a focus group, if I remember correctly, on blockchain as well, looking at this, developing good recommendations, driving the technology forward. But very important is the interaction that was seen to be necessary from my perspective. And one important aspect is the interaction between open source and standardization. And probably blockchain was one of the very first technologies where this need was becoming so clear, and the reaction was there to do this. I remember another project where open source and standardization were also, and it's even earlier than blockchain, is ECMAScript, that most of you know as JavaScript, the main, most prominent implementation. This also was a project where it was seen that development, technical development was very much in open source, but the standard that was needed to create the stability was important. And there also these interactions took place between standardization and open source. Why am I saying all this? Because I believe this is an important paradigm that has increased nowadays and has increasing relevance. And here we can also learn from blockchain. If we look at the standardization ecosystem in general, we have the world of traditional standardization, which I try to characterize here at the top, with all the organizations formally recognized under WTO or in Europe under Regulation 1025/2012, with ISO, IEC, ITU, ISO, IEC, JTC1, where IT standardization is done at the international level under WTO. You have Senelec, ETSI at the European level, and of course the national bodies, which are the entry points for ISO and CEN and for IEC and CENELEC respectively. But you also have all the privately organized or more privately organized, not formally recognized organizations like W3C, OASIS, IETF, etc., IEEE, which now also look into blockchain work more and more, and where it is included in their work. At the bottom, you have the vast ecosystem of open source foundations. And the most important box is probably the many others. I just picked some, and I made sure I have the LF Decentralized Trust mentioned there. So for the IT sector, a very important part of the work, of the collaborative, innovative work, open source has become maybe the major paradigm for doing technology innovation in collaborative way in IT. As I was saying, many things going on, all possible technical areas are being addressed there, whether it is cloud, AI, cybersecurity, etc., etc. Open source is the way how to bring technology fast and innovative to the market, how to be a pace setter for innovation. But at the same time, we more and more see that the standards in all of these areas, like we experienced in blockchain, have a key role to play. And this brings on the table also the interaction between open source and standardization. How can open source communities contribute to standardization? How can we have standards that are implementable in open source? How can we bring these two worlds closer together? A key topic currently being discussed by all standards bodies, almost all. They all have discussed how to find their ways in collaborating with open source. We have also seen the Linux Foundation, the Eclipse Foundation have become past submitters to ISO. They have designed specific processes for creating specifications based on the open source technologies, and for then bringing these specifications to the level of an international standard. That's also a major step, I believe, that took place over the last couple of years, probably accelerated since the pandemic. So it's fairly recent that we have this, but very important. And this ecosystem, bringing this together, I see blockchain as one of the first technologies that was where this need was seen, and where probably still we can learn from and address that. At the same time, of course, very early on, the policy relevance of blockchain was seen and recognized. And this is now where the rolling plan, the EU rolling plan for standardization, ICT standardization, comes into play. The potential, the relevance of blockchain and distributed ledger technologies in policy contexts was seen, and the Commission, as you all know, increasingly gave strong focus on this. Several projects were introduced, Blockchain Observatory, of course, the SEEBLOCKS, the Blockstand projects, discussion groups around it were formed. All of this took place because it's an important technology when we consider how to record, how to have trusted ways, how to record supply chains, whatever, in a good and reliable way. So back in 2017 was the first time when blockchain was also introduced into the EU rolling plan, then still part of the chapter on fintech that was in the rolling plan. It was not yet a standalone chapter. And I just copied here the first action. And I will tell you more about the actions in the rolling plan later on, what they mean. But the rolling plan defines actions requesting work where the Commission believes that it can be helpful to implement EU policy objectives. And the first action now is, I was very happy to see this when I did a bit of this research, digging back into the rolling plans, was build close relations with ongoing standardization and open source activities in the field, and work towards a comprehensive overview of the technology developments. So back in 2017, then still in the very much with a focus on fintech and very much driven from the Bitcoin hype that started in those days, but it has expanded. In 2019, only 2 years later, in the 2019 version of the rolling plan, then the first chapter, standalone as it were, for blockchain and distributed ledger technologies was introduced into the rolling plan. Now I mentioned the rolling plan several times. It was also mentioned in the introduction. I'm the chair of the task force. What is the rolling plan? And well, I heard that yesterday, if you were there already, a lot of discussion was about the rolling plan with the Commission. Emilio Davila briefly told me you will be preaching to the converted here. They all know about it and value it. So if I'm repetitive, forgive me, but maybe it's always nice to hear the same things from different perspectives. Good news, the new version of the rolling plan has been available for about 4 weeks now. It is always available as an online version on the Commission's Interoperable Europe, formerly known as JoinUp platform. You also have some previous versions, I think dating back to 2020, so not 2017, but some are always there. But the latest version is there, and you will also see the parts where SEEBLOCKS contributed to this. Yeah? So take a look at it, it's available. The EU rolling plan for ICT standardization is, I keep saying, a unique thing Europe has. It lists almost 40 technology areas that are of EU policy relevance. It gives for all of these areas the policy needs, describes them from the Commission's perspective, and bridges between policy objectives and standardization. It is an invitation. It does not request standards to be developed, but it is an invitation to the community worldwide to look at these policy objectives and especially at the actions and start activities to develop standards. I said before, it outlines areas where the Commission believes that standardization, open technologies like standards would be helpful to fulfill policy needs and objectives for an open ecosystem, for openness and transparency. That's what the rolling plan does. It should not be confused with the more formal planning tool the European Commission has, the Annual Union Work Program for Standardization. The Annual Union Work Program for Standardization really is the tool where the Commission says we want to have standards, and we ask the formally recognized European standardization organizations, CENELEC and ETSI, to do work. The rolling plan is an invitation to the community outlining, this is where we believe work would be good, please consider doing it. So the rolling plan lists all known areas where this is the case. It gives details on the requirements for ICT standardization, translates them into actions, and provides follow-up mechanisms for the actions. It's the result of an annual dialogue involving a wide range of interested stakeholders. You contributed, I don't need to tell you. It's regularly updated on an annual basis. It focuses on actions and it addresses, as I said before, the global standardization community. So in a nutshell, it's a tool that provides information for planning, but also a lot of additional information. It provides an overview of ongoing standardization work, where it is also unique in the world. I don't know any other document that summarizes all of what is going on so concisely in one document. And it provides information about standardization needs and gaps to some extent. Not on a very deep, detailed level, but on a high, concise level. It can be a first stop always to see, okay, what is going on? What does this say about gaps? And then you can dig deeper. It provides information about relevant standards bodies and their activities in the respective technology area, also going beyond the actual actions that are requested. This is the structure of this year's rolling plan. It's very similar to the one of last year. The 40 sectorial specific areas are grouped into 5 big chapters, one on foundational drivers. This is the top one, which includes 3 topics, data economy, cybersecurity, and privacy. These are the foundational drivers. And then you go into details, key enablers, societal challenges, innovations for the digital single market, that's where the blockchain chapter is, and sustainable growth. All of this is chapter 3, as you can see, 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4. This is the main part of the rolling plan. You have introductory chapters. They outline a bit what the rolling plan is, why it is useful. Chapter 3 is where you find the detailed information about the different technology areas. And each of these clusters has a number of respective subchapters outlining the policy areas. Each of those subchapters, so also the chapter 336 on blockchain, has the same substructure. There is always a part A, which is more or less the Commission part. This is where the Commission outlines their policy and legislation, their policy objectives, their perspective and progress report, and it gives in A3 references to legal and policy documents. Then you have part B, which is the key part for the standardization community, the requested actions. What do the people think is needed? What is helpful? Now, this is all part of this collaborative approach where we ask the broad community also. The Commission always initially put in their ideas, but we can all comment and we can say, but this action is outdated. Why don't you have this action instead? All of this information is collaboratively collected with bright stakeholders, which also makes the rolling plan so powerful. It's already based on a big position building, consensus building, you might even say. And you have part C, which is mainly informative. Part C outlines ongoing activities in standardization, but also in EU projects, EU-funded projects, research projects, in the broader area of technology. So part C is not responding to the actions, but it says our organization here, ITU, Sensenelec, JTC1, ISO, contribute already, do work in the area of distributed ledgers on this and this and this and this. So that's really very useful and informative, part C. The task force rolling plan is the group that manages all of this. We are a subgroup of the multi-stakeholder platform for ICT standardization. The multi-stakeholder platform is the, you mentioned it, you know it, it's the main advisory group to the European Commission for ICT standardization. It consists of something like 80 organizations, including all EU member states, industry associations, academia. The Linux Foundation are now, for the first time in this period, a member as an open source foundation. I mentioned academia, I think societal stakeholders, the Annex 3 organizations in Europe are members, and beyond, EDF, the European Disability Forum, is a member, industry associations, they are members advising the Commission on ICT standardization, and many of them participate. We have a stable, something like 15 organizations, sometimes more, regularly participate in the task force rolling plan, working on this, doing the management of the rolling plan. The task force is at any time open to all MSP members, and you may also delegate experts if you are not directly the representative in the MSP, though it's really very open. The rolling plan is always based on this 5-step review. So step 1, early on in the year, the European Commission put together their initial input and provide this as a draft for the rolling plan. So they look at the current chapters, they look at where the chapters need to be revised, whether there are new developments, maybe there's a new policy initiative to be listed, maybe the policy objectives have moved on. This is updated by the European Commission, typically now, in May, June, then really intensely by end of June, the Commission should be ready with this. And then once we have this first input together, a big consultation with all multi-stakeholder platform members starts typically in June or July, August, September. This is something like 2.5, sometimes 3 months, where everybody who is an MSP member, and this is a lot, because imagine it goes to Sensenelec, and Sensenelec typically distribute it to all of their technical committees, same in ETSI, same in all of the fora and consortia like W3C, OASIS, IEEE, ECMA, etc. Big consultation where everybody can provide their inputs. I can tell you last year, we broke a record. We got more than 500 inputs on the rolling plan. In the years before, we had something like 250, maybe 280. Last year, more than 500. So the rolling plan seems to get more and more traction as well, and people look at it, and the interest is clearly there. Then step 3 is when the task force has a lot of work to do. We consolidate. We discuss every line of input we receive. We consolidate it. Sometimes it's easy where people just say, oh, for our technical committee, we have an update here. This standard is completed. Sometimes it's complex. When policy objectives are concerned, we have discussions with the Commission. We discuss the inputs and we resolve them. Then comes step 4. After the task force produces a first consolidated draft, including all the inputs that were received, everybody in the MSP gets this consolidated draft again to look at. Of course, it's important because there may be new actions that somebody proposed that were not in before. So there is a little round, we call it clarification period. It's not to collect new input, but it is to look at all that was done and ask questions. Yeah. Maybe what is meant with this action that was now newly introduced, these kind of things. And once all of this done, the task force again consolidates everything, and step 5, adoption by the MSP, by the multi-stakeholder platform, and then hand over to the Commission. They have the final word. They still can make final changes. Sometimes they even come up with a new chapter very late, which may happen. And we always say it's better to have it in than wait 1 year. Yeah, so we make a little extra action, but it's all fun. That's the 5-step review process every year, taking place every year. Here illustrated again, maybe too much detail for you, but I thought I included with the different lines. You see the European Commission, the dark blocks is always when the groups have to be really active. So the European Commission very active at the beginning and then very active at the end with the final adoption. In between the MSP with consultations and final endorsement, and in between the task force rolling plan with managing the process, reviewing all the inputs, etc. And you can see for this year, current target date, they may still shift slightly, but not much. The consultation this year starts at 11th of July. Maybe it slips by 1 week, we will see, and ends at, 19th of September. So between 11th of July and 19th of September, and I understand there is already some roadmap where input can be brought again into the rolling plan 2026 then. This is the time when to submit it. Okay. At the core of the rolling plan are the actions. We put a strong focus on the actions. And if you read the rolling plan, I am still aware some actions are in there that are drafted by policymakers. That means they are not so concrete. Yeah? Where sometimes you wonder now who should do what. We year by year try to eliminate them, make them as concrete as possible. Sometimes if new ideas start, the actions probably have to be a bit more vague to start a thought process in the standards groups, the committees, the technical committees. But our proposal is always to follow these CARV criteria: concrete, achievable, relevant, and all of this is voluntary. It's not a request by the Commission to do things, it's an invitation to do things. The actions are proposals for the community. To the community, I already said that. And the stakeholders, of course, should review these actions and see. Maybe sometimes, very often, they say, oh, we're already doing work that pays into the action. Yeah, let's look at this. Does that fit? Can we do something additional to respond to this action? Or the people say, okay, interesting, we understand this is of relevance for EU policy objectives. Let's start something new. This should be reviewed and it should be seen how the standardization community can contribute to the success of this. Now, blockchain in the rolling plan 2025, the current one available on Interoperable Europe. The chapter on blockchain, I already mentioned it, or on blockchain and distributed ledgers is chapter 336. But in addition, if you only search, there's also a PDF version available, by the way, which is then more easily searchable than the online version. If you search for blockchain, you get numerous entries now. The evolvement of blockchain, the quotes of blockchain in the rolling plan since 2017, when it was first introduced, is remarkable. There are many, many areas where it is now being addressed. What I quoted here is from part A1, which is the Commission policy objectives, where they say blockchain, and still say this has been more or less stable for a while, this paragraph. Blockchain has great potential in providing an infrastructure for trusted, decentralized, and intermediated services beyond the financial sector. While the fintech industry has been an early adopter because of its early use case of Bitcoin, blockchain is benefiting and has the potential to transform many other industries, and you see this in the rolling plan. It is considered a foundational technology that some compare to the rise of the internet in the early 90s. Wow, quite ambitious words. Yeah? And to go a bit further into these strong policy objectives, and sorry, the slides are a bit wordy here, but I thought it's interesting to extract these 3 passages. That's the last one with these wordy passages. Possible applications are being envisaged to deliver efficiency, immutability, and transparency to the financial services industry, fintech, subtech actors, trust funds, for instance, for development or humanitarian programs, e-health, education, e-government, public registries, security certification of Internet of Things, trusted artificial intelligence, food safety, managing intellectual property rights, extending eIDAS framework for eID management, etc. Furthermore, from a regulatory and supervisory point of view, it could provide regulators, also an interesting aspect here, with the same view into the data as the companies they are regulating, thereby reducing fraud and compliance costs and facilitating auditing. However, this process is hindered by a lack of coherent harmonization and interoperability that constitute obstacles to cross-border and cross-sector transactions. European citizens, SMEs, industry, public sector, and other relevant stakeholders need to support innovation within a safe and future-proof technological and regulatory environment, ensuring appropriate interoperability, transparency, accessibility, monitoring, and governance. Very clear and very precise the policy need that the European Commission sees and why this focus has been given also to blockchain. Now the blockchain chapter, blockchain and DLT chapter to be precise in the rolling plan, in total there are 10 concrete actions. I did not list all 10 of them. I was briefly thinking about it, should I list all 10 of them, but they are not so single line as you can see here, yeah? So it would have been 10 pages or 10 blocks like this one, some even longer. I just listed this one because I think it also addresses a bit the broad invitation to standardization to become active, where action 2 says, continue identifying use cases which are relevant for EU, including EU regulatory environments like from GDPR, AI Act, Data Act, e-privacy, eIDAS, AMLD, TOOP or TOOP, CSRD, etc. So here also going a bit into the regulatory aspects, yeah, where can blockchain support regulatory objectives and needs? Where was I? Also leveraging on the yearly event Joint Forces for Blockchain Standardization, co-organized by the European Commission and INATABA, with special focus on smart contracts, digital identity, governance, interoperability, CBDC, crypto assets. Submit them to standardization bodies, including CEN and CENELEC and ETSI, and also ISO, ITU. So quite a bit. Huh? What is not there is almost everything. Yeah? Blockchain has this relevance and it's well expressed in the rolling plan. Okay, concluding remarks. Blockchain and digital ledger technologies are key technologies in the context of digitization and have relevance at many levels, which is expressed also in the EU policy objectives. Openness and open ecosystem are at the core of blockchain and distributed ledger technologies, which makes the technology highly valuable. Close interaction of standardization and open source innovation are of high importance for the successful progress and deployment of blockchain digital ledger technologies in the market and for all its use cases. Europe has a very active and vibrant community around blockchain and DLT. Let's build further on this basis, drive technology with the first-class expertise and leadership Europe can provide. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks very much. Sure.
the success story of getting
Yeah. Mm. Lessons learned is difficult. I think we are just still about in the learning phase or looking at this. But what became very clear, especially with the Cyber Resilience Act, is that it's a regulation that highly affects and addresses open source. There was a colleague from Bosch once calculated that amongst all software Bosch uses, 80% are based on open source. I'm not sure, I don't have his statistics or whatever, I just remember the number. Even if it is only 60%, it's a lot. And as I was saying, open source is a leading paradigm for IT collaborative technology development for innovation. So with the Cyber Resilience Act, suddenly, and it caught the open source community very much by surprise, but suddenly they realized, oh my goodness, this is all about us. This is all about us. We will have to be compliant with these requirements. And this is where a big discussion during the negotiation phase started. It's fair to say, nobody I hope will throw stones at me. The open source community got ballistic, said the Commission has not understood this. Yeah, what is going on here? We need to participate. And since then, a process started, and this is where I say we're still on the learning curve. How can the traditional standardization organizations effectively cooperate with open source here, but also in the open source communities? How can they participate? One aspect, for instance, is, do we need a pass process in Europe as it is available in JTC1? There are so many technologies in the security area, both from open source, also from fora and consortia like OASIS. OASIS had a lot about cybersecurity. How can these be brought into the formal standardization world in order to prevent reinventing the wheel, in order to leverage these technologies? Because we don't have these pass processes in Europe. We have something, but it's not really as workable as JTC1 has. And JTC1 has perfect experience with this. This is one of the big discussions currently, which takes place, if you like, in the private sector, in the standardization organizations. But also open source, can we liaise? Can we bring something in? How do we liaise? What does that mean? And then you come also into discussions, patent policy. Yeah. Does this work if open source brings something in? If there is a FRAND patent policy, how does this work? There are still, how shall I say, reservations on both sides here. Yeah. Does that work together? This is all the work that's currently going on, the discussions, and we are indeed on a steep learning curve here. But similar for AI, it's not so broad because it's just AI technologies, but also there you have a lot going on in open source. How can this be included, especially because open source, I mean, what these regulations want is trustworthiness, a certain level of trustworthiness in the technology. And this is the same objective you have in open source. When you do something in open source, you naturally, it's the ambition to have with the openness, also trustworthiness, and how to bring this together. Currently it's being discussed a lot, and maybe in a year from now, we will have more what we already learned from this, yeah.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Round of applause. Oh, we have a question.
No.
Okay.
Oh, good morning. My name is Ricardo Simões. I'm the executive director of INATBA, not INATABA. Just a small correction. I wanted to ask you a question from the perspective of IBM. So, looking from IBM perspective currently at the needs in terms of standardization for blockchain, how is IBM actually looking at that?
Interesting question. We participated quite actively in TC 307 at ISO level. And unfortunately, the colleague moved on. So she is still monitoring this, but cannot be as, I think she is not active anymore at all, I think. But she is still on track of what is being going on. I think IBM, I would say a bit political statement, IBM values the standardization work, and especially we see what I mentioned here a bit, that if you talk to the customers, it is important. It is this two things. You have something implementable in open source, but you have the standards that give a certain level of stability and trust to the technology. And this is how we see it, even though, as I said, the colleagues, there were two women in IBM who were really active until 2 years ago, something like that. As Anna said, one left IBM, takes a different position, made a career step in another company. The other one moved to a different role in IBM, and since then we are a bit at a monitoring level only in the standardization world, which does not mean that we don't see it important. Yeah, we are more or less happy with what's going on, no need to interject. This is how it sometimes is in companies. But as I said, especially for customers and for deploying blockchain in certain use cases, this interplay is important, absolutely. Yeah.
And Fiona?
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very instructive. I have a comment from the point of SEEBLOCKS. I was one of the coordinating people there. And it's something that we tried to do during the course of the program was to reach out through open source communities, engaging in an informal standards making. So ETH Dublin, ETH Sofia, some of the hacker communities, that kind of thing, and engaging through universities and other opportunities. And one thing I'm very pleased to announce is that the SEEBLOCKS project has just today released a collection of use cases that came from that very community side. Wow. So these are not, some of them are open standards, ERC standards, and some of them are applications or potential applications, maybe with AI or other things. So they're really tentative, I would say, expressions of maybe what might be possible. So in the same way that you're reflecting that invitation from the European Commission to become involved in standards, I think there's a willingness from the developer side who are also active and engaged and seeking to express through standardization and the development of trust, just as you have described. And I think one of the things I think we're very pleased about is being able to publish and share some of those. So I would encourage people to have a look at SEEBLOCKS use cases online and look forward to seeing how both sides of that invitation come closer together. Because as we see in the Web3 world or the blockchain world, it's a kind of a socio-technical infrastructure, and it happens anyway. It's rather permissionless. And so there's something quite novel about that in practice. Is it novel? I don't know. The internet exists. So I think it's really interesting to see what comes from that. So yeah, I guess it's a comment, but do you have a view on that bottom up, sideways? I don't know, community approaches as well.
It's super interesting, I think, because it confirms a bit my impression. I would say 10 years ago, the people moved away from standardization and went into open source. Yeah, they thought the standards world is awfully boring. The main standards are there for the internet, etc. The real thing is to get running code. Yeah, do open source. Yeah, and if you talked to people 10 years ago and said, "Don't you want to participate in standardization?" Said, "Oh, no, go away. Yeah, I want to do real stuff. Yeah, code." This changed a bit nowadays. So the pendulum got back a bit into the middle, yeah, where also the open source communities increasingly see again the need to have standards, the benefit of it, the relevance. And this confirms that was my very, very personal impression, which I just mentioned, yeah, but that confirms it a bit, absolutely. And I think there is currently a good time to bring these communities closer together. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
Just would like to add one point, and before I'm aware we need to, people are looking for the lunch break, but the thing is from the points you mentioned and also what Fiona said from the last discussion. So in fact, we need to attract more people into the standards because the standards generation, they are getting old. It was something that was mentioned on the joint event yesterday with ISO, so we need to make this sexier, let's say. It's sexy to work on standards, so we need to change the value proposition and connect it to that. You know, it was highlighted the need of open standards and open source to be involved on blockchain. It was, I think, on the panels on the digital wallet and digital product passport. So that's one way to go. And you were saying that the blockchain can be used for several things, you know, several different topics. And there was an expression yesterday at the joint event, which I quite liked a lot, which was blockchain should be a Swiss knife. I'm not sure if you remember that. And I was like, that's perfect because the Swiss knife, you just get it. And with the Swiss knife, you are kind of what's the name of the character? A MacGyver, you know, you'll solve everything. So maybe blockchain could be the MacGyver of IT standardization, the Swiss knife. So it makes all sense. And again, thank you very much for your presentation, very instructive.
Thank you again. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so and another quote I heard, so standardization is sexy. You just need to have the right glasses on. That was a quote I heard.
To become more
sexier.
sexy
If you wear the right glasses. Okay, right. So lunch is served in the main entrance area where you had your coffee. And if we can come back for 1:30, then that would be fantastic. There's no queues, so you won't have to wait for your food. Okay. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. It was very nice. And now we're going to go into the first of a series of sessions this afternoon. And Fiona Delaney is our chair. And I'd like to welcome up to the stage the panelists. So we've got a couple of people online. I can see Sharon in Dublin there online. We should also have Tom de Block online too. And I'd like to invite up Lorian Offront, apologies for my pronunciation, Marina Markadzik, who I've just met at lunch, which was great, and Octavian Popescu as well. So we've got different people. Please have a seat, yeah. Don't mind me. And I'll hand over to Fiona for the session. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. I'm just going to put my laptop here. You are all very welcome while I organize my technology. Oh my God. Yeah, it's great to be here. It's great to see this project coming to its conclusion after just about 2 years. It was pretty ambitious, reaching out across industry, academia, various different communities, I would say, in the blockchain realm or blockchain sphere, Web3, that kind of thing. And an event like today is an amazing opportunity to sum up and summarize, I would say, the state of the nation that we find ourselves in, if we consider standardization a process of capturing snapshots in time, or through time, or progressing something like interoperability and mutual understanding across industries. We have this unique opportunity to share our knowledge and also listen to other perspectives. So I'm really pleased to introduce our panelists here today around the topic of blockchain, DLT, and other ICT needs within Europe from the standardization point of view. I have a lovely panel, both online and in person here. I'm going to introduce each of them one by one. And I would like each of my guests to start off with just your name, your primary affiliation. And I did ask you what your keenest interest was in blockchain. And I just bear with me, not everybody here is a blockchain maximalist. So if it's not blockchain, maybe state something about how you think it might be relevant to your area of concern or your area of interest. And then I also asked our guests to share one piece of information that is unique to them, something that reveals something maybe about their personality. So I'm going to do that step by step. Maybe Sharon, if you're online there.
I am.
Maybe I can start with you because Sharon Farrell is a project manager with SEEBLOCKS, Stand ICT, HS Booster, and is a colleague of mine for the purposes of the SEEBLOCKS project in the university in Dublin called DCU. So Sharon, do you want to give us a quick insight to who you are?
Sure. I suppose I will start with, I am not a standardization or blockchain or DLT expert, but I would like to think I'm a pretty good project manager when it comes to standardization projects, because I have 6 of them under my belt currently running. And my name is Sharon Farrell. I have been a project manager for private and public sector. My affiliation, I am not a member of any standardization body, but I fly the flag quite strongly for DCU, as I'm 20 years in DCU, working with standardization, about 8 of those years within the health industry and now within the ICT area. My funny quirk, I have no dog, I have no pup, I don't have any major skill, but I can do a claim to fame that I am an Irish dancing champion in my teens and received medals and trophy of same. And I can kick an out good move on a dance floor when required, even at the ripe old age of in my 50s. So yes, but that's what I can bring today. But I hope to get, as we get into the discussions, bring it back to a serious note, explain to you a little bit more about the standardization work that is going across here, across the project, not just in SEEBLOCKS, but in HS Booster, Stand ICT, ADRA-E, which is AI data and robotics. So there is a number of them. So hopefully I can actually do that for you today and show you what's happening in other areas.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I don't know if any of you know the amazing dancing show called Riverdance. Well, that's what Irish dancing is like. So I didn't know that about you, Sharon. So I'm really I'm delighted to know that. Thank you very much for your insights there around project coordination, project management, and anchoring some of that work in an academic institution. I think that probably has been a key for many of the standardization and other European projects in the past number of years, that they've had this anchoring in academia and research. I think maybe moving to our next guest, can I take somebody in the room? And contrary to all good manners, I'm going to go to the gentleman first. Octavian, do tell us your name, your affiliations, a little bit about your interest in blockchain and technology, and maybe something memorable about yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the invitation to be part of this event. I'm Octavian Popescu. I'm a consultant. I have my own company, which is Uconrank. And I'm based in Brussels. Probably this is visible. I'm towards the, let's say, the latter part of my career. So professionally speaking, I've had a relatively long career of over 30 years in electronics, engineering, development, design, testing, and for the past actually more than 10 years in standardization, which is the angle that I'm coming from into this meeting. More precisely, regulatory standardization, regulatory as in the European regulations related standardization. So in particular, I had, let's say, a stint in my career as a contract policy officer for the European Commission, and I was part of the team that put together the RED, the Radio Equipment Directive. So I think I know it fairly well. This is now a relatively old directive as things go by, and I'm interested in seeing what are the implications of standardization with respect to the evolution of the field. Speaking of evolution, I'm an internationalist. I believe in the evolution of the society, which is supported by the technology utilization and evolution. And I'm trying to participate as much as I can in linking things across the world, which is becoming a little bit more frustrating of our times. But that's how things are.
Yeah, and there's two ways to look at that, actually. I mean, with the proliferation of technologies, you would think communications and mutual understanding becomes easier. But in fact, it just brings human beings closer to each other, where we can misunderstand each other more easily. So there's a sort of a communication piece or communications interoperability that, whether it's radio, whether it's Wi-Fi, whether it's blockchain-based proofs of something or other, at the end of the day, the interoperability piece is about human systems. And I think we have a degree of uncertainty, I think, right now in global politics, and it seems like a moment of turning away from internationalism, or maybe we fear that. So these are definitely interesting times. I was just wondering, do you have any particular blockchain related standards, or maybe systems standards that you were particularly keen to keep an eye on, or?
Not as such. So okay. I understand that the general use of blockchain, and I'm interested in seeing it being developed and trusted across the industry. But other than that, I can't talk about standardization and blockchain in the same coherent sentence. So Sorry about that.
Yet. We're
Yet,
going to
very-
fix that.
very
No
good.
problem. Great. Thank you very much, Octavian. I'm going to stay with somebody in the room here. I'm just going to move a little bit to the left or to your right. Lauriane Offrand, would you like to tell us a little bit, just, your name, your primary affiliation, activities, blockchain related, and other ICT, and maybe something memorable about yourself?
Can do that. So, Lauriane Offrand, perfect pronunciation, congrats. Not many people get it right. So I come here to you as the convener of the Joint Working Group 5 on Natural Language Processing group at ISO IC GTC1 SC42 on AI. So full numbers. So I'm an officer in AI standardization, which also means that I'm an outsider to this community, but very happy to meet you and to see what we can learn from each other. Also because we do have not the same topic, but similar experiences, I think. AI and blockchain are topics that are not necessarily new, but of new interest, at least, fast evolving. I have dozens of stories, maybe we'll come back to those later, about how we thought that this is the stable definition of something, and then suddenly something happens and everything changed, just because the world outside changes. And I assume that you might have similar issues in the blockchain side, so there's probably experience to share and find solutions together, maybe learn from each other. So I won't either give you my technical inputs on blockchain because I'm really novice and but interested, let's say. But coming back to AI, a bit more about my experience. So first, this has been possible thanks to Stan ICT. So I've been on a fellowship from Stan ICT for some time, and that's really a great instrument. So I haven't used, obviously, SEEBLOCKS funding, but I'm sure that this has been very useful for many people to plunge their involvement. And as for my activities, international, so lots of natural language processing, so AI and language. And also I have worked a lot in the recent years on the regulatory aspects with the AI Act. So I'm working both at ISO and at Sensenelec level. And that's about the teaser for my activity. So I was supposed to tell you something unique about me. And let's think of national holidays. During national holidays, most people just rest and enjoy the day because they're off work. And then in some countries, in the evening, they go see fireworks. Myself, I spend my day setting that fireworks. So in my spare time, I'm a pyrotechnicist. So this is actually a really interesting from regulatory aspect because that's a regulatory sector, and there are maybe connections to draw with AI. I have to monitor that. So that's my secret story.
Yeah, that's amazing. A pyrotechnist?
Something around that.
Something
Fireworks.
around that, yeah.
Sparks.
Making stars in the sky. That's beautiful. Thank you very, very much. And I really look forward to hearing a little bit more about that compatible space between dual standards making or in parallel, or in even what we can learn from each other from those different technical domains. And obviously, Octavian, you have that experience from the past as well with radio technologies, and then how we can, I don't know, join forces in some way, in a very constructive way. I think that's really great, which kind of leads me on to my next person, which is Tom de Block, who is dialed in here. And I know that IoT is an important part of some of the work that you're doing, Tom, but not to preempt you too much. Tell us a little bit about yourself, your primary affiliation, interest in blockchain, and maybe something interesting about yourself.
Well, thank you, Fiona, and good to see you there on the stage and shine where you belong. For myself, I come as the vice chair of the Alliance for AI, IoT, and Edge Continuum Innovation. It's a big mouthful, the EUDI. We are a European industry organization and non-profit. In there, I'm hosting the European Web3 Accelerator and also chairing an important group, which is the one on testbeds and experimentation environments. That's also where is my background. I'm over 25 years in software testing. So I know a lot of very centralized systems, finance, and a lot of other legacy. I've been testing it for 25 years as a consultant. My primary interest actually in DLT. I'm into this for quite some years, 10 plus years, I think. I'm a father of 3 kids, and I look into this to see how this can actually make the world a better place. And from within my position actually in AOTI and different other involvements in the industry, I'm actually pushing a lot of the publishing, objectively publishing evidences, proofs, and demonstrators on the technological convergence, because honestly, blockchain is already for some outdated. Everyone's into AI and so on, but there is a thing called technological convergence where IoT, AI, and blockchain really go totally converged together. And that's something that actually pushes us in the AOTI to publish that. I already put some of our works in the chat. So technically, that means actually I'm involved in the challenging of the protocols from within our testbed facilities. And actually out of there, the findings and so on, we do objectively defining best practices and sustainable architectures and so on. That's my gig, blockchain me. And at my other side, so it's very high tech and very digital. But at the other hand, I'm actually more in the heritage side of Belgium. I'm a Belgian citizen, very proud Flemish. And I'm a Belgian beer sommelier. I'm very passionate about that. I make myself blends and like special assemblies of barrel-aged Belgian beers, traditional Belgian beers. And obviously being in both heritage and innovation, I also sometimes do some Web3 applications based on these collectible beer bottles and so on. But yeah, that's in a nutshell what I'm doing. Sorry for not being there in Brussels. I'm calling you from Swiss currently. But yeah, that's my involvement. We know each other for a while already, Fiona. We still need to follow up on a few topics, I think. I think today is a very good one.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tom. I think you're a father of 3 human beings, and I think you're a father of convergence of 3 different types of technology there, AI, IoT, and blockchain. And just to mention, Tom and myself had a dinner in Dublin probably a couple of years ago now, and he introduced me to the idea of vintage beer. And we shared a very, very nice craft beer after our dinner. It was like a dessert beer. If you can, I think that maybe that's how you described it to me. So it just remains.
Very few people know that the real good traditional Belgian beers, they actually become better through the years. So long past the expiry date, they actually evolve very well. Like some people know this about wine. Very few people know that about beer. Most of the commercial beers just die after expiration date, but the good ones become better. Yes, but that's another topic. We need to organize another event around that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the beer and blockchain event for sure. And before I waste all my time socializing, let me thank you very much, Tom. Let me move on to our final in-person panelist, my new best friend from UC, which is the European Crypto Initiative, which is a very dynamic organization, which if you haven't heard of them in the world that we are in, I can only recommend that you reach out and check them out online. Marina and her team and her colleagues reached out to my colleagues in Italy to see how we might be able to collaborate during the progress of our project. And I'm delighted to welcome Marina here today. The team there are doing some really, really constructive, industry-facing, valuable work. So I'm just delighted to welcome you here. And so please introduce yourself, what you're doing, a little bit about yourself.
Thank you so much. So my name is Marina. I'm a co-founder of the European Crypto Initiative, as mentioned. We're industry representative body, and what we have done over the last 5 years mostly is really talking to regulators and discussing regulations like the markets in crypto assets regulation, the anti-money laundering package, etc. There's been the DLT pilot regime, as you know, and many other that touch upon standards, I would say, indirectly, or they are setting standards when it comes to the crypto industry from a regulatory point of view. So maybe a little different from the other panelists. I'm a lawyer, and we're really mostly been in a way connected to the whole process with this creation process, legislative process. But at the same time, as you know, when it comes to the markets in crypto assets regulation, there's been a lot of work with the European Banking Authority, European Securities Market Authority, that in some way has also set standards for the crypto industry. I would say that maybe the first time in history, Europe has set standards when it comes to a very important element in the crypto community, blockchain community, which is stable coins. And those are firstly regulated in Europe. And I think that what we are seeing right now in the EU is also, in the US is somehow linked to the EU framework as well. So this is where I'm coming from. Of course, the Commission has done a lot of work on blockchain itself, the DigiConnect, I'm sure you talked about it yesterday, supply chain, etc. But there's also, I would say, looking forward, very interesting topics when it comes to tokenization. As you know, MiCA has not touched upon the technical aspect, like the DLT definition in MiCA is really broad. We do have a definition of a smart contract in the Data Act, but looking forward, there's a lot of interesting initiatives potentially for regulating DeFi, looking into the technical aspect, looking into smart contracts, looking into the auditing standards, etc. So I think there's a lot of work in the future for this topic as well. And for personal, in a way, interesting stuff, I think it's nothing really special. I think a lot of people, specifically in Brussels and in this area, do, I think, have a same kind of interest, but I somehow, years ago, I wanted to just learn 6 languages. And I'm not there yet. I was just born with 3, so I just had to learn, 3 new ones. But I think over time, maybe I'll get there.
Amazing. What an overachieving panel between the Irish dancing champions and pyrotechnicians and internationalists by business and by philosophy, and the beer experts, and of course yourself and your own interest in human languages, not language models, which is, it's so important to remember that standards are really about humans and living systems. I think that business is a social system. I think technology supports business, industry, and society. And I think that's why I wanted to start off the panel this way, with this information about who everybody is. And if we think about some of the use cases that we have at EBSI, or some of the use cases even published on the SEEBLOCKS website, or that I'm collecting for the ISO use case standards, these are all powerful tools and applications that are supporting better lives, I think, better business and better lives. There's so much that we don't understand sometimes about, let's say, unintended consequences of technologies. And that's where I think standards making runs into headwind. Let me put it that way, where regulations are coming and maybe terminologies are different or diverse, and we need to communicate across those boundaries of understanding. So maybe that's something from each of your perspectives. What do you think is one thing that might make standards making, particularly in a convergence context, if we're talking about financial service regulations and technology, or the emergence of AI and the implications of that? What are the difficulties that maybe we could address, like one hot tip in terms of communication and better understanding across knowledge domains? Can I ask each of you maybe to make a comment about that? Octavian, I'm going to start with you.
So there are quite a few things to be said about this particular topic. I think it's important to understand that involvement at this level in standardization is implying a certain level of interests across a number of different domains. So multidisciplinary type of approach is, I would say, a must in order to ensure the perspectives and the complexities are satisfactory, and ultimately what we want to end up with is something that's fit for the purpose, which is extremely important under the regulatory performances that are imposed to the standards today. So the idea and the notion of having something that is springing just from one single field of experience and expertise is somewhat incomplete. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, it's a limiting factor. Florian.
You're asking really tough questions. What is the priority? They all are. And I'd say at least in AI, everything is urgent because everything is happening right now and all standards should have been published already, but they aren't because it just takes time. So what is the one key priority? I cannot tell you, but actually all those priorities rely on one thing, which is terminology. And I think maybe that's also something that's cross-domain wise can really help collaboration, because if we want to talk to each other, we first need to talk the same language. Not necessarily 6 languages, at least one. And for that, in my AI activities, terminology is a recurring topic and recurrent pain point, I'd say. First, because terminology changes out there, as I mentioned already. But if we take the example of generative AI, we have already, I don't remember, like 5 or 6 ongoing or in the pipe standards for generative AI, but we still don't know what generative AI. We still haven't a consensus definition yet. We're working on it, but just it takes time to get to what is this concept that is rather new, that everyone has an opinion of, and certainly never the same. But still, we need the standards. So we're starting the standards without even knowing what the topic of it is, because we don't know the keyword in the title. So I'd say even if terminology per se, well, this morning we were saying we need to make standardization sexy. I don't know if terminology is sexy. I love terminology. I love discussing distinguishing characteristics for hours. But for the outside world, it's not sexy, but still it's necessary so that we can do the sexy things.
Yeah. It's the platform. It's a poetry, actually. Terminology and this is a real standards nerd point of view, but it's creating terminologies together is a very creative process, and it's it's really, really interesting. I think maybe Tom, I can come to you because I know that across the broad range of systems experience that you have, and even in IoT, the idea of taxonomies and ontologies is super important in that realm. Is that something that you would consider important?
I have a few takes on that because I hear one of our colleagues here in the panel talk about talking a same language, understanding the same language. People actually mistrust standards because they make the link between standards and governments and taxes and so on. So why would we use standards if it serves the purpose of the government? People just don't know what standards enable, and we should communicate more about this. Who knows that, because maybe everyone uses like Skyscanner, the fact that you can have one search and then have all the all the flight information in one search actually is through all the different platforms. It's thanks to standards. We can exchange contact information to each other. People should have the evidences of what standards are really used for, how the standard serves people. And I think that it's important to have that. And more from the technical perspective, it needs just more demonstrators, and we need to talk more about it. It is in a way sexy when it enables a lot of great things for the people, but people are unaware of it. So I still see a lot of boundaries and most of lack of communication about how standards are used in the daily life. Everyone uses standards, and everyone has the benefit of a lot of standards, but people are just unaware of it. So I think it's very much communication. And on the system level, to enable the convergence we spoke about at the start, it's impossible without the common ground, which is actually the data, the IoT producing data, AI needing the data, and then the DLT securing the data. They also need that common language. So that's more deeper technical speaking and communicating between systems. But between the standard organization and the people, there's also a big need for more communication on evidences of what standards are used for, not just for the government, but for the people.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm really glad that we have two different representatives of two different ways of sharing knowledge here. We've got Marina and Sharon. So Marina, through your work with UC, which is very much a communication and dissemination and collaboration platform, and then Sharon as well through the projects that you're working with. So Marina, just you're in the room here. Maybe you can give a comment about maybe those first priorities.
In a way, it connects to the question you asked before. And I think that those are maybe three that I can think of right now. I would go back to terminology. A few examples. The NFTs that are defined in MiCA are different from the NFTs that the community and the industry thinks they are. So in the industry world, this is a standard, and you use this specific ERC standard that is in NFT. Now in MiCA, we have the NFT that is a technical, in a way, construct, legal technical, and it's a little bit more about the substance and less about the standardization. So this is where we also need to work on terminology somehow, and standards come together with regulation. Another one is smart contracts. We had a lot of issues. We work together also with other organizations that are, of course, present here as well on just describing what smart contracts are to the regulators when they were looking into that within the Data Act. So right now we're looking into smart contracts from a standardization or auditing point of view. So a little bit more technical, but calling them smart contracts was not helpful at all because they're somehow code. The second one, which is pretty important within this, I would say, more permissionless ecosystem, and really blockchain that was where blockchain was really created, coming from Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc., is bringing together experts like, you know, the ones that are in this room together with the experts that are technical experts that were working on their own standards, technical standards for years. So merging those two together, I think, is really, really important, and communication there. And the third one is thinking about, again, permissionless blockchain in a way where we are acknowledging the different layers, as we call them, of a specific, let's say, protocol or application. So many times we are talking about the lowest layers, protocol, blockchain, layer 1, to something that is similar to an internet. How did we regulate internet? Do we regulate it? What are the open source protocols there? How are they standardized? Would standardizing be enough versus, you know, regulation? And then maybe thinking about consumer-facing layers being more regulated rather than the lower-facing layers. So those are a few ideas I think will be, again, important for the tokenization aspect as well.
I think that's really, really interesting. And there's a divergence there between the infrastructure element, and that becomes really interesting when we compare it to things like IoT or AI deep learning models and the infrastructural element, not the IP part of it, and what should be available, you know, or how things should operate. What are the throttling effects of energy requirements that, you know, impacts both permissionless blockchain and even permission blockchain sometimes, as well as things like AI, and maybe and systems at the edge. I think there's a lot of really interesting research areas there, and I think there are commonalities that what's a bottleneck or an issue in one domain can somehow be resolved if we look outside of that. I think sometimes, you know, looking at how we standardize microgrids and trading, you know, electricity across microgrids, there's something, the simplicity of that and the ubiquity of it and the accessibility or the availability of systems or solutions like that can inform us, I think, about other types of peer-to-peer systems. But Sharon, I have not forgotten you. Coming back to you as a non-technical operator here, the project manager of a number of different knowledge sharing programs around standardization, what are the important parts or pieces that you're seeing from the stakeholders that you interact with, which as I understand it, are often either researchers, research programs?
Yes, they are, and SMEs as well. And I just want to, I'll answer the question while answering and mentioning one or two of the other speakers. Octavia, you mentioned about the variant domain experts, and I think this is vital because to bring more people on board, we must engage those that are only stepping into the standards to ensure that the future of standardization knowledge transfer is done. Now, there are a number of technical groups across the standards projects, and I'm going to particularly mention one because I'm working on currently at the moment is the ADRA-E one, which is AI, data and robotics, and we're joining groups together for those that are novices to those that are experts, and we've got a huge range of experts within there that are willing to do boot camps and so on and so forth. In the HS Booster project, which I was also involved with, there was a whole area given over to training. And we engaged with a company called the House of Knowledge, who created the Serious Smiley game, which was the very stepping stone into standardization. And we offered it online, we worked with organizations, we worked with master's students. There was a collection of variants of experience, and it was a great way to show people that standards just don't get pulled out of a hat or don't get written up like a publication, which most people know publications can take a long time to get across the line, but a publication is shorter than a standard, I could nearly say. And getting that standard across the line, taking people working together, sharing knowledge, agreeing with each other, listening to other people's voices at the table and expertise. So that is an important part of the training for standardization. The one serious objective from HS Booster was taking these standards experts, joining them up with EU projects who in one circumstances may not have had the budget or the cost to take on a standards expert, and we're only stepping into it for the first time. So HS Booster supported the expert to consult with the project. Now, during that project life cycle, the expert that initially may be engaged with maybe AI might have helped, and then it possibly, if it was more about machinery or health, we could then engage another expert. So HS Booster was brilliant in the sense that we had over 200 experts across different domains, again, in, you know, data, AI, cybersecurity, green energy. I mean, it was completely variant. It was not just ICT, it was everything in between. And they joined up with an EU project that needed that support. And that funding came from the EU, and that must continue if the EU wants standards to be written in as part of any European project, whatever the topic. we need to ensure that we've got the support for these people who are experts in a particular domain, but may not be the expert in standardization, and to continue that training, growing the expert pool, making sure the legacy keeps moving forward. And I think that's done through training, webinars, which I have to say all of these projects are excellent at. They pick a topic and they show it. It could be blockchain, as SEEBLOCKS is blockchain and DLT, and HS Booster is a variant of webinars. Stand ICT is, as it says, Stand IC Standards and IC technology. So yeah, I think communication, training, engagement, sharing of skills is vital to ensure that we continue with this work that we're doing in standardization.
Great. Thank you very much, Sharon. It's really instructive, and it's really exciting to see that there is that kind of thorough approach. I really, even though I work with you, I really wasn't aware of the variety of means and methods that are really deployed to push a lot of the innovation instruments at Europe towards standardization or incorporating standardization. So that's really interesting. I suppose, can I ask some of the people here, is that something in your experience and from your perspective that you have been able to avail of? Or is it still very much personal networks? So you know somebody who's involved in standards and you might reach out to them and you might put something together, or has your exploration of cross-domain standards cooperation, has it been more structured? Do you know what I mean by that? I'm just, while I really admire the depth of the programs, I'm just wondering, for all the people here who've been involved in standardization or standards adjacent work, what do you think is the main way that you connect across technical domains when you're seeking out collaboration in standards making? Tom, was that a small smile I saw on your face?
Yeah, I'm maybe gonna throw a bomb. I don't know if it's good, throw bomb, but I actually think we suffer a lot in the standard space because there are too many standards, and at the end, when there are too many standards, there is no standard anymore. So yeah, that's my bomb. And now, what will we do with this totally fragmented standard space, where in some topic domains, some of them wants to be the number one, and it makes the whole world suffer because we're losing time. I'm talking about like environmental impact standards and so on, measurements and so on. So we're just losing time by concurrent standard committees, let's say. There's also not enough communication between them. When I look at it from implementation perspective, if we want to bridge certain communities or standard communities, it's difficult to put them all together and to come to a common ground. We need the mediation on the technical levels. These things have been built, but not widely supported by the different standard committees, I would say. There still is, like I said, too many standards, and it's a suffering for all. And I see my nice colleague at my side here is very much agreeing to that.
Well, thank you very much. You're definitely throwing in bombs here. I'm going to go to the pyrotechnist to see if she can help us diffuse this bomb.
I just said, yeah, it's really often random. Yeah, is it personal connections that go, well, have you go see other communities? Yeah, often it's random. I came in standards by chance, basically, and I stuck by chance, and I discovered other committees by chance. It's all about coincidences and knowing the right person. And so I'm a liaison officer to 2 different committees, and liaison between committees. It was because someone saw one committee and said, hey, why don't we go to talk to those people? And then someone becomes liaison officer, and then maybe something can happen. So I certainly agree with this idea that there are so many standards. Even within one committee, there are so many committees as well. Like we are talking of blockchain, which is TC 307. So there are 306 before. So it's impossible to have a full view into this structure.
Yes.
So it's always, and I don't think there's any like master solution for this issue. It will go through humans, through these coincidences. Sometimes you can talk with a few more people and have bits, helping coincidences to happen, but it will always remain personal. And not necessarily a bad thing. We just have to be conscious of it. And when someone got this random idea of going to talk to another committee, maybe there's something here behind to look forward to.
Yeah, I totally understand what you mean, being a liaison myself to geographic information systems. So Marina, can I come to you? And I'm going to ask you this. So from what I understand about your work in UC, and one of your core supporters is it the Ethereum Foundation or the Ethereum?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're talking there about so Ethereum operates its own standards program. It's a community standards program. It's called Requests for Comment. So ERC is Ethereum Request for Comment. It is very online. If anybody remembers what those notice board kind of things are, somebody puts something up, bit of code, see if it works, and you comment on it. And until there's no more comments, it's more or less cooked. Now, with Ethereum and ERC, where so many people are using them, there can be an additional step where your standard, your proposed standard, is audited, again, in an open way, a community way, and receives a mark of some kind of agreement that it has been an audited or an approved standard. So there's something of a difference between those community informal consensus standards, very important. We see so many innovations coming out of communities like Ethereum, like Bitcoin. The origins of Bitcoin was, again, look, here I did something, check it out, make a few comments. And obviously the internet started that way as well. So, and then we have formal consensus, which is what happens at CEN and CEN-CENELEC, at ISO. The IEEE has its own formal consensus process, and ISO and CEN operate through a little bit like the United Nations. You need to be there to represent your national body. So there is a formal consensus mechanism of nation states. So that's the difference between, they're both open standard processes, but one is probably closer to, I would say, what we maybe more formally know as open source, which is for comment and for contribution, and then ISO or IEEE or CEN-CENELEC standards, which are through formal international consensus. And they are for supporting international trade, usually. But it can be socioeconomic or it can be social objectives either. So from your point of view, Marina, that was quite a long introduction there. How do we reconcile that fast-paced innovation capability of those community standards with the other requirements that are being pushed through regulation? You see this a lot, obviously, in the financial services sector. And I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So community standards versus formal standards. Should we bridge that gap? Is it important to, or is it not important to? Do you have a view on that?
Yes, and thank you so much for this introduction. This was one of the best explanations that I have heard about that. I hope it's recorded so we can use it as well. But I think it's really important, and there are a few different, aspects here. As I said, when it comes to regulation, we need to take this into consideration and not regulate too early to basically harm or limit this standardization or even technological development that is happening so much in a, like, in a way, grassroots, bottom-up way. So again, I think that we have done that with the current EU regulation. We have not gone into the details of how the DLT should work or how it is defined, etc. And for now, it works as it is. Going forward, I think it's going to be more and more important. As I mentioned before, when we think about additional crypto regulation in the EU, we're going very much into the technical area. So there's been papers from the French regulators, ACPR, AMF, etc. And even like in general, ESMA just issued a really interesting ESMA with EBA report on the ICT risks of crypto and blockchain, thinking about DORA, how are we regulating things there? Can, you know, in a way, DeFi, again, be connected to traditional finance, as we call it, and who needs to, you know, in a way, be compliant, and how to connect those two things. So I think by default, also on a standardization level, they will be connected because there is a general interest and I think wish for those two words to be connected, the decentralized finance and the traditional world. But we need to be very sensitive to the way of how, again, permissionless blockchains work, how the standards are set, how they are developed and innovation there, and leave enough of freedom for it to still work in the same way. Because the way how those organizations work are very different from the ways of how maybe traditional standardizations work, organizations work, even traditional, I would say, bigger financial institutions. There's an intrinsic motivation and I would say strive for excellence, because what blockchain brings is security and trust. And everyone that works on those, like layer ones, their first priority is cybersecurity. Additionally, I think Ethereum is working now currently on another set of smart contracts capabilities that would be, you know, even safer and looking into, again, cybersecurity, when and in which way those smart contracts could be used for the traditional financial world. But again, we need to be sensitive to how those organizations work and in a way leave the space for them to create in this way as well.
That's really interesting. Thank you very much for that. Octavian, I hope I'm not missing the mark here, but it seems to me that from the experience of your world and radio standards, I wonder, is there, I mean, am I misrepresenting the community there? Because if we think back to before the internet and we had all the like radio communications and like, what was it, CB radios, and very, very community-led, almost a little Wild West in its own format of communications. And I think we can even see it a little bit in open source hardware, people designing things, sharing designs, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Do you have
the equivalent of open source of our days might be, if you want, on a conceptual level, the radio amateurs of the mid 20th century and so on.
Exactly. And do you, I mean, I don't want to try and force you down a rabbit hole by any manner of means. So if this is not relevant, just, you know, brush it off. But do you think there is something we can learn about that sort of experience or that history of standardizing those processes then, and how people embrace that or didn't embrace that, how industry applied those standards and how that industry might have grown?
Yeah, that's a very interesting topic, and I like your approach, but there are limitations, obviously, to the comparison. So one of the things to be told about the standardization process is that it is different depending on the purposes of the standardization. So it's one thing to do standardization for technology functionality, and it is a different thing to do it for the purpose of regulatory policies. So the part that, so I'm relatively familiar with both these approaches, let's say, both paradigms, but the thing that happens with the regulatory standards is that they're considered to be forcing something upon an unwilling mass of people, which contains a grain of truth, but it is important to be clarified that in the European Union, the concept as it is right now under the new legislative framework is that these standards are not, so the what we call the harmonized European norms, these standards are not compulsory. So you follow them, and you follow them for your own benefit if you're a manufacturer or a distributor for a product, and you follow them in order to demonstrate your compliance with the legal requirements. Whereas the standardization for, let's say, the multiplicity of standards for functionality, it is put together by the industry, I think, mainly with the idea that the industry needs modules and things that are interchangeable. So the communication among different parts of the product needs to be ensured, and so on. So two different things. The limitations that you were talking about, let me just very quickly give you another example. The radio amateurs, their devices are excluded from the scope of the Radio Equipment Directive. Currently, we're working on the CRA, the Cyber Resilience Act, which is actually looking into the type of community which is the open source community, and we're actively trying to, in Sensenelec and ETSI, we're actively trying to work with the experts representing that community, the open source community, for the purpose of the regulatory standards which will accompany the CRA. So I'm going to stop here because I've been too long. Thank you.
Octavian, thank you very much. A little piece of history is kind of nice. Lorianne, but I'm under time constraint here, and I'm not sure. Nick, it's up to you. Can we open the floor to a question or two? Okay. Lorianne, just before I move to questions, so have a quick think if you have any. Is there something, I saw you chuckling away as Octavian was speaking there, is there something that resonates with you from that?
Totally. On the side of the AI Act, because Octavian has experience with the Radio Equipment Directive and the Cyber Resilience Act, I do on the AI Act, but we really have the same kind of issues of getting people to understand that this is still voluntary standardization. It's just one proposal. It's not compulsory, it's not regulation, it's one easier way to comply with the regulation. And that's, in fact, when I compare my activities at ISO and SEN level, it's really a different philosophy because you don't just write the minimum that you feel like writing. That's what you do in like ISO standards. You just try to agree on something, whatever this something is. When you're talking regulation, there's a bar to meet. There's an external constraints. So you can't do just what you want as a group. You have to fit those constraints, but that strong constraints on the deliverables that a nation produces. But it doesn't mean that there are so much constraints on the providers, on the ecosystem, because it's still just one way to help the ecosystem. It's never compulsory. It's just standardization trying to help providers out there. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that very timely message. Do we have it? We do. We have some questions here. Can I get some help for Thank you, Rita. Christian.
Thank you so much, Christian Grafenauer. Actually, I have two questions. I'm just going to put them out, and then maybe somebody can choose to grab them, whichever they like most. The first one is with blockchain, I often see that blockchain in itself doesn't often really have or provide anything in intrinsic of value. It often only becomes meaningful when you combine itself, when you combine it with other technology, or you apply it to a particular use case and you have to build some other building blocks around. And like Ismail described it yesterday, that blockchain is basically like a living organism with different organs, and you can have different versions of that.
Different fevers.
So what I would be interested in is, what do the panelists think are the most promising other technologies or use cases to combine it with, and what would be the potential of that? And the second one is to get back to Marina's comment about regulation, and that on one hand, we kind of want to provide a clear path where we want the technology to develop towards and the properties we want to either developed or be stronger emphasized. But on the other hand, not being too restrictive, that we kind of restrict innovation to kind of think outside of the box and go to a path that hasn't even been envisioned yet by a broader popularity. So I'm really thinking, how can we navigate this conflict of interest and this trade-off between guiding the technology towards a reasonable point where we want it to go, because ultimately it's a tool and it needs to serve humanity for the things that we want. But on the other hand, it also needs the freedom to allow innovation. And how do we approach this to also not implicitly kind of have a by default technology neutral regulation or guidelines, but that we actually accidentally bring those implicitly in without even being aware of that it's basically in fact not technology
I
neutral.
think you're answering your own question here, Christian. But thank you very much. We have some constraints. I am going to put that to Marina, and I'm going to ask our other panelists to think of one favorite use case or application domain that I will come back to you for. So Marina, if you want to answer that question, and then whomever there's one more question here that we could take. So Marina, you go first, then we'll take this question, then I'll ask everybody for their one favorite use case, and then I think we're going to have to close. Yeah? Okay, go.
Thank you. I'll try to answer quickly. So I think I'm a very practical person, and I think the answer is very practical. When FTX happened, if MiCA would still be open, we would have a completely different MiCA, and I think it would be a little bit more stringent. So this is why organizations like ours and others exist, to navigate those times when decisions are taken, to basically try to feed into the information that is happening, at the same time with kind of like reasoning, what would a specific regulation even mean for the industry? Would it be critical to the point that it would completely stop the, basically blockchain, crypto innovation in Europe, or is it still acceptable to a certain point? And this is like the whole process of negotiating and discussing with the policymakers. And I think what's really important, as I mentioned before, is like we need to make sure that the layer one is, non-regulated to the point that it would not exist anymore, and it would not be possible to build upon in a way permissionless blockchain. But at the same time, there are, like, I would say, some compromises taken, of course, with consumer-facing applications, because in a way, national competent authorities and regulators are there to make sure that the consumers are safe as well.
Thank you. Can I go to your question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jochen, Friedrich, IBM. I am very excited about you mentioning the NLF, the new legislative framework, and the way how it works. As a representative from industry, I can tell you it's extremely important for industry. You are absolutely right. It's just voluntary, but these standards have legal effect. And they are the most, as you said, Lorian, cost-effective way to demonstrate compliance. They also provide a high level of certainty towards the market surveillance authorities. That's their prime focus, that if we fulfill it, we do the conformity assessment, we make our suppliers declaration of conformity, then we can fix the CE mark wherever it has to be fixed in software, it's still to be decided, and then we can bring it to the European market. And this has been a fundamental success story for the common market in Europe. And And it's so important for industry that these standards are available timely and that they are implementable. It's even more important for small, medium enterprises. We as IBM, we can always do it in other ways. Yeah, it's more effort, but if needed, we can do it. Small, medium enterprises very much rely on these harmonized standards, whether they work with a notified body or not. It's very cost effective for them. Challenges we currently see, I believe, is that the standardization community has not really adapted to the need to keep tight deadlines. If we need to have such standards timely available, we need a lot more project planning in standardization. We need to agree that we know we need the standards by, let's say, May 2026 for the AI Act, yeah, so that they can sort of still be implemented if some re-engineering in industry is necessary. At the very latest, they need to be there, and then make a project plan and get everybody really together and say, we need to keep these deadlines. What we currently see is that deadlines are slipping. It's more and more questionable, will the standards be available in time? This can have a huge impact then on bringing the technology to the market, because if we don't have the standards, even the notified bodies will somehow be lost without the standards to really assess it. So that's a huge challenge we see, and we will see it as well with the Cyber Resilience Act, and when we have all the open source people contribute, etc., etc. That's really an improvement we need to have in the standardization world, to work according to these strict timelines, because otherwise we are lost. And one more aspect, because we talk also here about highly innovative things like blockchain, DLT, the big charm of the European system is that we have this clear, what I like to call order political separation. You have the safety objectives in the regulation, in the legal text, and you entrust the private sector with developing the standards as one possible way how to fulfill the requirements on the technical level. But this also means the standards are maintained, they are updated. You can bring innovative technologies easily into the system, into the market, and have safety guaranteed according to the regulatory requirements. So just, it's not a question, it's a comment to encourage all of us to work along these lines, embrace this system because it's so valuable for Europe and for any technology provider and for the users and consumers alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Joachim. Okay, so to answer the first part of Christian's question, Sharon, you have your hand up there.
Yeah, I can't say what would be my go-to use case, but I can tell you that HS Booster, I actually put it into the chat to do with it's just going to go to the host and the panelists, but they produced a report. Stand ICT are currently reviewing use cases and looking for people to input their use cases so that we can do a comparison. And also SEEBLOCKS are doing the similar. We've been collecting use cases stroke best practices. So there is work across those three projects at the top of my head in regards to used cases. So I'm going to do a little plug for all three, where if you stay connected via LinkedIn with all of these projects, you are going to get the access. Go to their websites. You can pick up the work that is going on there and the publications that will follow post-assessment of these use cases. So it may not be my best use case, but I know the work is going on behind it where there is comparison work.
Absolutely exemplary performance as a project manager there, Sharon, pumping out your project. Tom, let me go to you.
Yes, well, I don't have one specific use case because that would not be fair to the others. But I do have from my working group in EUDI, we have a whole catalog of testbeds where all use cases are published, and they all go around convergence of blockchain. No, not all, but most of them have AI. Many of them have blockchain. All of them have IoT. There's a lot of my most fascinating elements are the ones where people work together with systems, and mostly they collaborate around data collection, and then some business models that are then enabled by the technologies. Very recently, I had the help of AI to build a federation, and thanks to thanks to the fact that we registered our testbeds and demonstrator, we registered it by using standard formats. The AI could help us to build a federation and to enable evolution of nearly all of them. So convergence between the different technologies, AI, IoT, and blockchain is my to-go-to path, and
That's your
especially
vote.
where people can work and collaborate with systems and systems work for people. I invite everyone to check us online. I already shared one of the catalogs, I think, in the chat. But there's a lot to do around impact, climate solutions, digital transformation of climate solution, nature-based solutions. There's a lot of things moving. I'm very, very happy to enable people, so anyone can just reach out to the Alliance, and we will give you blueprints and everything you need to go next level with everything you want. So thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Tom. Octavian.
As a non-expert in blockchain, I cannot give you an example for blockchain, but I can give you a very quick example of standardization working very well for the community that's involved from the radio equipment. And this is about Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and what is called in Europe radio local area networks. This is a section of the standardization which is working very well for the community, and it allowed a deployment of devices and networks to a really optimal degree of occupation bandwidth wise. So different field though. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. It's really instructive to learn across the domains like this. It's really helpful. Lorianne.
Yeah, so again, as an outsider, I know little about blockchain, but what I know is that it enables traceability. And that's really one strong benefit it can give also to other domains. And traceability in the sense of, if we take, for instance, open source. We talked already a lot of open source this morning. Yeah, there's a piece of code. Where does it come from? And there's a piece, and here I'm thinking AI, here's a model. Where does it come from? And all of those provenance questions, this is something where probably the blockchain can help. And that's summarized a lot of the discussion we've had today, because there's AI, there's open source, there's blockchain. I think there's really a convergence to see with all of those domains, and to see how to explore this path.
Amazing. Thank you very much. So Marina, the blockchain, crypto, DeFi vibe, what would you say?
I would say not really a convergence of tech, but really more on an application level, thinking about AI agents using crypto for paying other AI agents or humans to do certain things in order to, achieve their goals, if you haven't checked that out.
Thank you very much. Can I get a round of applause for this excellent panel, really stimulating discussion. We have Loriana Offron, Tom de Block, Marina Markic, Octavian Popescu, and Sharon Farrell. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much, Fiona.
Okay, so you stay here, Fiona. And thank you very much to the panelists. So we'll go on to the next session. If you'd like to go off, thank you very much. Great stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're now going to go from a European perspective to an international perspective. Okay, so I'd like to invite our three in-person panelists, please. So we've got Serena Delalli from the Blockstand project and from the Digital SMA Alliance. Okay, welcome. We also have Sinkiro Matsuo from Georgetown University and the University of Tokyo, who I last saw at our event in New Orleans. So welcome to you. And we have Christian Jepsen from Indico Global and from the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile. Okay. Now, we were supposed to be joined by two other people online, but unfortunately, it seems they have issues and haven't been able to join online unless in the last few minutes they've been able to join. No, they haven't. Okay, so it's a smaller panel, okay? So we'll keep it going till 3:30, is that okay?
That's perfect, Nick.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great stuff.
I apologize. You have to put up with me again, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our 3 in-person panelists. I'm going to do something similar to what I did the last time. I will come to each of our speakers. I will ask you to introduce yourself, your primary affiliation, your interest or connectivity with blockchain, and there's no assumption that you need to or have to be technical or work with blockchains. The topic for our panel is local needs to global standards, international priorities within blockchain, DLT, and complementary landscapes. So we're really here talking, it's quite a nice evolution from the conversation we've just had about making very practical inroads into localized, regionalized, and human social related requirements, I would say. So you're all very, very welcome. Serena, I'm going to come to you first. Tell us who you are, your affiliation, a little bit about maybe your primary interest in the topic, and then if you would like to share something unique about yourself so we can pin you down.
Now, yeah. Thank you very much, Fiona, for having me here today. So I'm Serena Delalli, Senior Technology Manager at the European Digital SME Alliance. So today I'm representing both my primary affiliation, which is Digital SME Alliance, but also Blockstand, which is a sister project of SEEBLOCKS. We are also financing and supporting experts in the blockchain domain. So I'm representing today both. Something unique about me, I will say that I'm kind of a nomad person, because Belgium is the 6th country that I'm living in. So I really hope that I can call Belgium home now.
Oh, yeah. Very, very interesting. Not just a digital nomad, an actual nomad.
Actual nomad, yes.
Yeah.
Traditional
amazing.
style.
Moving into the center now is Shinichiro Matsuo. You're very welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Shinichiro Matsuo. I'm a research professor at Georgetown University, Virginia Tech, and so research fellow at the University of Tokyo. So my background is I'm a cryptographer. You know, I have that over 29 years history doing research on the cryptography and its applications. So the unique thing for me is that my first professional job as a cryptographer is designing CBDC in 1997 and 8. So this is a smart card at that moment. So this is an experimental system between the NTT. So why I belong to the NTT, the Japanese biggest telecommunications company, and NTT and Bank of Japan, Japanese central bank. So they are, over 10,000 people experiment with CBDC, early stage of CBDC. This is a open loop e-cash system, and anyway, it's my first professional job as cryptographer. Anyway, that is my long history is dedicated to the cryptographic application to financial sector.
That's amazing. Has most of your career been involved with finance then?
Not only that, the other application of the cryptography to social thing is a e-voting system or something like that. Anyway, so I was in that, so creating several social applications based on cryptography.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Christian. You keep talking, they'll turn it on. Yeah. Just put it closer to your mouth.
Sorry. No problem. Thanks. Oh, there it is. So hello, everyone. Again, I'm Christian. I'm coming from Chile, from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. It's a very long name. In English, it's difficult to pronounce. I think my affiliation with SEEBLOCKS, it's because I am part with my colleagues at the university. We lead a program or a research program related with Indico Global. And we are trying to get some knowledge exchange in standardization between our continent, mostly in Chile and in the region, with European experts. So we are trying to bring in the gap between those communities of experts, most from technical perspectives, humanities, and the regulatory approach. And I think my professional background, I am a lawyer. I think that's not so interesting these days because
I don't know.
but I am more focused on data privacy. I am lecturer, research. That's full academia. It's my life basically. And one fun thing about me, I think it's very cliche coming from a land not renowned by his wine, but I enjoy a lot different type of wines. Like very niche type of wines like Syrah or Carmener. There is a interesting story about actually Carmener behind, but I think that's make the point.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Thank you very much. We are also joined by another Chilean compatriot of yours. We have Sandra Olguin joining us online. Sandra, we are introducing the panelists, so tell us who you are, your primary affiliation, your interest or involvement with blockchain, or how you see blockchain as relevant to your main concern, and tell us something, a fun fact or something something about yourself that might be unique.
Okay, I will try. Hello, I want to thank you for the invitation, and I will gladly try to replace Cristóbal Enriquez, who is our expert, and as best as possible. My name is Sandra Olguin, and we are CIS, an international Chilean consulting firm with focus in sustainable business. I would like to say that we have a lot of expertise here in Chile and LATAM, and we are trying to apport something to have a better world as soon as possible.
Very, very interesting. Would you like to tell us a fun fact about yourself? Do you like karaoke? Do you like hiking at the weekend? You don't have to. I don't want to embarrass you. You don't have to. Sandra is new to our panel, so she wasn't part of the introduction scenario. So if you don't feel like it, don't worry.
No, I would like to say something interesting for all of you. So I prefer do it in the right moment if it is possible.
Okay, we'll hang out and wait. And if you feel like dropping it in later, that's perfectly fine by us. So we have a range of perspectives here, both geographically and I would say knowledge domain. We have Sandra's focus seems to be largely around sustainability and driving forward towards a better world, that kind of planetary objective. Christian, your work seems to be very much at that interface between industry, regulation, making the smooth passage of digital technical society, business, etc. We have a hardcore cryptographer here who's going to tell us maybe some of the risks that we need to consider moving forward around maybe either vulnerabilities or new directions for cryptography. I would be really interested to hear that. And then we have your own perspective, Serena. You've got a very European perspective, but as a well-traveled person, you have, I think, unique insights into localism and regionalism that is going to be really instructive in the conversation. So I would like to start maybe back to basics. Can we start with cryptography? Do you see cryptography as being something local or regional first, or is it something entirely global?
Thank you very much. That is an important question, because that, so we need to distinguish that international and global, and international, global, and local. That's at the last panel discussion. So there's a discussion about that. International standard, like a nation-oriented standard and the community standard. That is a similar kind of thing. Mathematics or programming code is global things. Global means that so the only one thing in the globe. But so the international discussion is based on the each nation's situations. It's a coordination of the difference between the nations. And, mathematics, cryptography and mathematics are global thing. The mathematics A is the same for the nation B, C, D, something like that. For blockchain, that all blockchain technology, blockchain mathematics or algorithms are global things, and that the most of the blockchain technology is produced by grassroots engineers. It's a global. Cypherpunks, Bitcoin core engineers, Ethereum engineers, cypherpunks. Their activities are very global thing, but at the same time that the most of the ISO standard or something like that is a very nation-specific activities. So that kind of difference is very important. But the problem is, so our mathematicians, so cryptographers are global creatures, something like that, and or cypherpunks, they are very isolated from that nation-oriented discussion. The cypherpunks do not want to talk with government people and ISO people. So this week's that ISO TC07 meeting happened here, but there is an ISO standard discussion is very permissionless place. Only the people who that each national body approve, that only that kind of person can attend that ISO meeting. It's a very permissionless place. There's no cypherpunk, there's no eIDAS developer is there. That is a problem, because that that the state-of-the-art technology in that blockchain world is produced by grassroots engineer. But in the ISO standard discussion, there is no such kind of people. That all discussion in the ISO place do not reflect that what happened in the wild. That is a problem, but that is the opportunity. So we need to create some different types of discussion place to connect dots between that. So nation level discussion and the grassroots discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Irina. So this idea of localism and globalism, and where is there a priority, or is there, well, you were talking about challenges and opportunities. From your point of view, which is I'm going to assume is a European point of view. Well, how do you see that as almost federated, like a unified as a European view because of our regulation context, or do you see it being important to localize efforts in standards and as they reflect business needs or social needs?
Well, within Blockstand, we had the opportunity to consult and engage with the different kind of stakeholders, because the project was mainly aimed at supporting experts in their technical work. But we have also, we had the opportunity to engage with different stakeholders such as R&I community, SMEs, and the EBSI community. And we have consulted them to provide feedback and our own recommendations, so recommendations coming from the project related to the future of standardization. Within the project, of course, we focused much more on blockchain and DLTs, but we saw that across Europe and across also stakeholders, there are recurring themes, such as the need of digital skills, because it remains a problem, and all the DAISY reports coming from different countries, they all highlight the need that all the countries basically have with regard to policies that actually can reinforce digital skills for people, normal citizens, but also professionals. We also had some recommendations related to awareness raising about standardization, because it's still a problem for instance, many SMEs that actually don't know what are the benefits coming from standardization and how they can actually leverage the knowledge of standards in order to reinforce their business models. And also the need of focusing more on sustainability and other similar topics. And I found also these recommendations very much aligned with the work that also the European Commission is doing within the multi-stakeholders platform, because I'm also co-chair of a task force there, which is focused on R&I. And our objective is to provide recommendations on how the R&I community can be encouraged to participate more in the standardization process. So I found that across countries and across stakeholders, there are recurring themes. And I think this can be part of a European perspective on the topic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sandra, I'm going to come to you with the same question. What are your thoughts about the local imperative versus the regional or national or even smaller community level requirements? And do you think they're, well, tell me what you think, because you also mentioned LATAM. So obviously you're based in Chile. You mentioned LATAM. There's quite a degree of cooperation, as I understand it, across the communities in LATAM or the nations, depending probably. Do you have, particularly with regards to sustainability, that's a keyword that you mentioned earlier on. Can you tell us a little bit more about that scenario?
Well, I would like to say that here in Chile, we have I would say a little group of experts as our partner over there, but in the enterprises in general, there is a lot of distance between the reality and the knowledge. And I would like to say that we are in the first step of the scale, just because we have to learn a lot. We have to be we have to have relation with all the countries that are fast on, and I would like to say that there is most in the universities I would like to say that the universities are trying to teach and expand all the ideas that are concerned about that. And we try to focus on sustainability, because I would say that we believe that ESG, environmental, social governance, are the key to all kind of business. So in this matter, as Chile has a lot of lacks in I would say that it's not easy to understand the way that are coming those kind of business. In LATAM is almost the same. So we are trying to do the best, carry on most of cases and business that are fully I would say exitoso. I don't know how to say goodwill as in the real business. I mean, sustainable, that you earn money and you protect all the
I
environment.
understand. Yeah, I understand, Sandra. So would you say it specifically in relation to digitalization or technology, is that, would you say from that kind of high level that you're talking about, is digitalization, is that a barrier or is that an opportunity? Is it seen, do you see generally that as a key enabler, or is it a stumbling block right now?
It's a real opportunity. So, but we are here. We are a little late, and in the way that to understand that it's a real opportunity, because we have a lot of things to do that we don't know how to do it. And we don't see at the end of the level that is reporting new increases. It's very difficult that enterprise move on, but we are so lucky because we have a lot of international enterprises that are here, that are making something like guiding, teaching us how to do it and why it's very important, and why it is a good business also.
Yes, thank you very much. Christian, I'm going to come to you, another, well, an educator from Chile. Do you have something to add to that conversation? Sandra's talking about education, the needs there and how important that is. Can you say, is there something there that you can add about how that is moving forward? Industry, innovation, the supports there. Is there a role for blockchain or standards or technology or ICT in that kind of frame? Can you give us a comment there?
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, I want to start taking some words from your last panel or even your introduction about that. We have a lot of social things happening related with standardization on all this technology advances. So one of the big elephants in the room for all the regulation for business and for anyone who is coming to Latin America is what is unique about Latin America. Because when we read or when we saw a big continent, and it's so different, cultural level, landscape, territorial, even language. Because, for example, we have Latin America. It's a concept developed in the 60s, in the 50s by some historical scholars and sociology scholars in Europe, in the other part of the world. It's nothing bad with that, but so it's one perspective. Another concept is, for example, South America. South America, we tend to use it to describe the region in the geographical sense of the continent. In other meanings, Andean region, we can find a lot of different concepts to describe this continent. Why I'm talking about this is because in the north part of Latin America, I mean Mexico, central part of Latin America, it's so different from the south of South America. I mean, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Colombia, Venezuela are so different, even with Brazil, that's the big producer or the big economy of the region. So for our perspective, I think we need to acknowledge that it's a different region and we need to adapt the things, because historically Latin America has a late integration on the global markets in the 90s, before all the political stuff that happened in the 70s and the 80s. Yeah. And also Latin America has a lot of influence by the United States. It's like an historical fact, United States, it's in the same continent, so they put a lot of attention what is happening in their back. Mm-hmm. So we have a lot of influence by that, and why is that important? Because how we regulate, how we import another models are in the code or in the vision of most of North America with Latin America elements. So, for example, all the standards or all the regulations here in not in Latin America are mostly law-based. I mean, we have SDOs and we have this type of standardization model with SDOs in each country. We have Mercosur with a transnational SDO, but actually how we have seen that how people or how business or how groups comply, it's by making it law, rules. It's a very cultural thing in Latin America to have rules to comply. There has been a lot of theses or a lot of legal scholars trying to explain why is that, but it's relevant to acknowledge that we have like this mindset that we need laws to integrate that different opportunities in the country.
That's so interesting. We heard a lot earlier on from the previous panel about that tender spot between regulation, or which regulations are law, European law, they create laws, or directives can be national for adoption, and then there's other types of laws, national laws. But I used to live in Brazil, actually, so I totally get it. While he says that people in Latin America love abiding by the law, that's certainly not my experience living in Brazil. But people enjoy breaking the law, I think, as well. I mean, I'm kind of joking a little bit, but it's a different way. It's a different method, standards through legislation. And I think we see that a little bit in Europe. I am not sure about Japan. I'm less familiar with how the law and the standards come together in your part of the world.
Okay. So that, okay, at first, at first in general, so European country is a very active for any kind of standardization. This is a very special thing for European countries. They are very special to create a new methodology, new area of the standardization for any, so all of the industry, not only on that, not limited to that blockchain world, but on the other hand, so Japan is not so, that's not a good specialty for the standardization. This is a Japanese nationality. Japanese, European country people or the United States people would like to create a new rules. But Japanese specialty of Japanese people is following rules.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a very different nature of
the different mood
nationality. But anyway, regardless of regulation, regarding the regulation, that Japan for blockchain and cryptocurrency, Japan has a very special history for the so Japanese blockchain industry experienced many huge security incidents at the cryptocurrency exchange. So Mt. Gox incident happening in 2014, that 2018, CoinCheck was hacked, and last year's TMM was hacked. So there are many so huge incidents happening in Japan. So that most of the Japanese politicians, the Japanese regulators care about the security incident. So there are several times a new regulation occurred in Japan, but most of them are based on that. So happened in the Japanese cryptocurrency exchange for the security hacks. So it's a point of view of the consumer protection.
Yes. That's really interesting. Would you say that there's like bad memory amongst the Japanese, let's say, blockchain industry? I mean, it's almost unfair to say that, I mean, Mt. Gox was an issue in Japan, but it was, I mean, this was, from my point of view, this is the way I look at it. It just happened to happen there. But blockchain, Bitcoin, very, very, very global infrastructure. It matters from a legal and law enforcement point of view where a crime or some fraud has happened, but it's an infrastructural problem. So I'm just wondering a little bit about that institutional memory, and how has that impacted the openness or the opportunities for blockchain and crypto in Japan? Was that very stifling?
Yeah, so it is, and Japanese people is very cautious people for new innovation.
Yes.
But unfortunately, that is a huge incident happened in Japan first.
Yeah.
So it implies that so Japanese regulator, Japanese government enforcing very strict consumer protection things to blockchain industry in Japan.
Which is actually great for all of us, I think. For anybody who, I'm pretty sure most people here are very familiar with some of those, the Mt. Gox hack, which was 2014. There's some other scenarios that you have mentioned as well, but these are a bit, Marina mentioned the FTX debacle as well in the previous panel. So these are, Mt. Gox was probably the biggest and the first, let's say, and it was devastating for that nascent industry, if we can call it that. So, and not to focus too much on you, but just because of the cryptography piece and security and consumer protections, how important do you think it is for there to be better understanding of cryptographic practice, the risks? I mean, we know this phrase, is it quantum safe or quantum proof cryptography? Is that a real thing? Is that realistic? Can you make a comment about that?
Okay, okay, so I would like to make my comment in short, but in my understanding that currently that there is no good security standard, especially for blockchain, because so the combination of the cryptographic techniques used inside blockchain applications are very complicated. So we still don't have that any concrete security standard for blockchain. That is a huge problem. The other problem is not a standard problem, but it's a very huge problem. Is most of that people in blockchain companies, blockchain startups, blockchain companies, very young people. They don't have enough experience and the capacity for that cybersecurity topics. For example, most of the attackers in this world is a nation level attack. I don't say that specific name of country, but so
No, I understand.
But the nation level, so attackers attacking the cryptocurrency exchange, but there's no capacity or the capability to fight against that kind of thing. It's a very small startup company. Yeah. But in the communication company like so AT&T, NTT, something like that. So there's very there are so many qualified security experts, but there's very so I guess crypto industry needs hire that kind of experts.
Yeah.
But very silo between that industry. That is a problem. The other problem.
Yes, I also think, as in our previous panel, we were talking about sharing knowledge across domains. Cryptography is a mathematical practice, and there is a barrier there for maybe from a purely business or purely legal side to be contemplating mathematical concepts and the deployment, the safe deployment, or the vulnerability mitigating application of cryptography. This is a complex, well, cryptography itself can be complex, but communicating important information across those domains is also complicated.
It is.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to go back to my university dude here. Do you have a view about that importance of multi or cross-domain knowledge sharing, particularly when we're talking about emerging technologies? Our colleague here was talking about demographics and age differences. You referred earlier to, I would say, the Southern Hemisphere like arriving later to the party or something like, like a technology. There's a wave of opportunity that's here right now, but that also comes with a little, maybe less experience. Is there something you'd like to comment on there? Maybe I'm putting words in your mouth now. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, at first I want to say that it's very important in all of the technology fields, the interdisciplinary of, I mean, even from data protection, artificial intelligence, with different perspectives to make it work in the real world, because we have, and I think that's very important about the sandboxes, the type of sandboxes. I think it's a clever way to develop in this type of countries, to make a safe space to develop things, to make mistakes without so much burden of their actions. But yeah, I think it's very important, the cross communication, and it's so important that despite that, we have a lot of problems with language. I mean that, for example, here in Europe, the word regulation by the, it's hard law. I mean, it's by the Article 288 by the Function Treaty of the European Union, it's law. But if you go to South America, regulation, it's even in Chile, it's infralegal. So we have this lost in translation phenomenon about the terminology, mostly in the, we have lost in translation just by Spanish to the different, second by the disciplines, then by the different things. So yeah, it's an opportunity to, because how it's an opportunity, it's because we acknowledge that it's an opportunity. So we have to move forward to make plans, to make actions, public policy, or even that, to accomplish that.
Oh, amazing. Thank you very much. Sandra, is there something you would like to add there about just digital transformation, the opportunities, the challenges? In particular, we were talking about the difficulties communicating across knowledge domains. So for example, cryptography, maybe to business or to law. Is there something you'd like to add there? Or maybe you're seeing that in particular in relation to the ESG topic, that there's some challenges there.
Yeah, I would like to say that, as Christian says, here in Chile, we have new laws, we have updates of laws, and in personal protection, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, compliance, and so on. But the difficulty, I would say, it's if it is not a law, and if we are in a transition, and so if you adopt or not is voluntary, it's very, very hard in our country. That's something, take it seriously. So we are trying to show as much as possible the reality of European transition and advance with all the rules of in those of the topics, and also making sense in the importance of sustainability as focus, because yes. we really repeat again and again that environmental social governance is the reality, and if we are not taking the real importance for that, we are in a high trouble now and in the future more.
Thank you very much. And Serena, let me come to you, because I think we've had a lot of resources today that are showing us let's say the nesting of European standards versus like side by side with regulation and law. As a standards maker myself, knowing how difficult it is to get standards across the line and to change them and update them when they need to be, if it was written into the law, I don't even know how you would do that. I mean, it's this, this is a cultural challenge for sure, around what we would understand as voluntary standards making. And so there's challenges there definitely for this concept of voluntary. Which is, I think, a really, really important thing. And I know I'm seeing some of the speakers from earlier on who are very insightful and very generous with those resources, like the standardization rolling plan. I mean, while they are European specific and come from European industry initiatives, they are published and they are available, and they can become tools or useful, certainly, points of information, I would say, I mean, I'm an open innovation person, so I'm always looking at the horizon. I don't have I don't find that challenging at all, but I know that that's not a universal trait. So I would definitely encourage my panelists here, but also the people in the room, to have a look at those resources and see how that happens and see how that fits together in that international context, which is not the same thing as global, which was a point you made very well. Serena, sorry. in summing up, because I know we need to finish quite soon, I'd like to give you the last word from the point of view of standardization, European way. Is there an optimistic closing thing we can say here?
Of course, definitely optimistic perspective. And I would just like to highlight the importance of creating actually an ecosystem of different stakeholders with different competencies, because the standard making process, to do standards, you actually need a different kind of competencies coming from technical point of view, but also more political side, and also, of course, legislative part, because everything can contribute to create a better process, actually, and to put all together different skills coming from different fields. It's something that we need for sure to encourage, such as also we need to encourage more young people taking part in the standardization process. So that's I think a very important point for our European landscape, at least.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nick, can I offer one or two questions just while does anybody have any questions for our panel? One person? Just while we're waiting there, I would just like to thank the four of you very, very much for joining us today. A really, really interesting, a very thought-provoking conversation. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I need to start with a comment on your point about Latin America, South America. I was last Friday at a concert from Rolando Villazón, the Mexican singer. And he, you know, he is a very energetic person, and he said, what is different with Latin Americans and Europeans is when he meets someone in Europe, he is Mexican, he meets someone from Colombia or Argentina, they say, hey brother, hey sister, great to meet you. So he said there is this Latin American brotherhood across all the borders. It just reminded me when you said we have this spirit. Sorry, personal comment. Now, other comment, sustainability, I think, is very important. And I am currently one of consulted experts for an ISO open consultation project on resource and efficient software. This may be very interesting for the blockchain community as well, as blockchain DLT is sometimes accused to be too energy consumption, resource using, which is not always true. It depends what you do with blockchain, right? But this is very interesting, and we try to develop recommendations in this open consultation for ISO where to go for. If you like, I can provide you with some links, and there were already 2 workshops. There will be 2 more meetings, 1 workshop, a final meeting. It could be very interesting for this community to share. I can provide you with some details, and you can share it with the community. How do you see? We have this topic. Digitalization is so important. We can do so much against climate change, and we do see climate change happening in the area where I live in Heidelberg. We haven't had rain for 6 weeks, while in Spain, in Italy, in the south of France, they had floodings and maybe several times more rain than they usually have. We see it happening. We cannot do digitization and do digitization in favor of combating climate change, if the software consumes more and more energy, we are not on a good net balance then. How do you see this? Is this a key topic also to address in all the blockchain areas? And how can we move forward here to get together best practices to say, how can we reduce energy consumption of this important software to get digitization and innovation going? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nick, I think I'm under some time constraints here. So can I encourage you to follow up the conversation later? I don't think it's just a blockchain thing. Large language models use an awful lot of processing power as well. And of course, highly distributed systems may have a lot of redundancy, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really, really interesting what you're talking about, the carbon footprint of the systems that we're building, if we can think about carbon equivalence. I think it's a hugely important topic. So, okay, on that, I'm just encourage you to speak with each other, and thank you very much for the offer of sharing those resources. I'm sure Rita will make them available through the SEEBLOCKS network. So can I have a round of applause for Serena Dalali, Sandra Olguin, Shinichiro Matsuo, and Christian Jepsen. Thank you so much for joining me.
As well, he's chaired 2 sessions. Very good. So thank you very much to everyone. And if I can invite Irina up, who's the next chair for the next session. So it was an interesting point at the thank you. An interesting point by Serena just at the end about the different types of people involved in standardization, from technology, political and legislative. So Irina is going to be introducing 3 of the people who were funded by the SEEBLOCKS project. So if I could invite Christian Grafenauer, sorry for my pronunciation, okay, and he's convener of Sensenelec JTC 19 Working Group 3. And Lee Gyung Myong from Liverpool John Moores University, and Jerome Pons from Music Won't Stop, a member of ISO TC 307. So Irina, over to you.
First of all, thank you very much to the panelists for being here with us. As I mentioned in the morning, one of the main objectives of this event is to shine the light on our expert, on our SEEBLOCKS experts. And this is what we are going to see next. They each prepared basically a slide with some of the key points that they addressed or that they are working on, obviously with the highlight on what they did in the context of their SEEBLOCKS project. So I believe the first one is Christian.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I had the pleasure and the honor to actually get involved with a couple of projects. I'm listing here not only SEEBLOCKS projects, but also STAND ICT funded projects, because there was actually quite some overlapping and interaction between all of them. I would say I want to start with the probably most controversial and also difficult, and also something that I started working on about 10 years ago, and that is PII in blockchain and DLT. So this have been basically 3 projects or 3 funding rounds, where the first one enabled me to kind of continue the efforts that have been continued on a German standard level, which is a standard that is focusing on PII and the processing of that using blockchain and DLT technology, with a particular focus on GDPR. We have a lot of good work already done on that on an ISO level, but naturally international standards don't want to restrict themselves to local legislations like the GDPR. So I thought that there was a definite need for this to be tailored to the GDPR, since the devil is in the details on that regard. On the current status on that is that I have been elected as convener for the newly found work group in SEN JTC 19, the working group 2 on PII in blockchain and DLT. And I've also been elected project leader for the project that I just described. And if there is anybody interested in that topic with a particular focus on GDPR, I can invite you to join SEN JTC 19 Working Group 3. We're having our kickoff meeting on this project on the 24th of April. Another project is on digital currencies. It's basically the whole jungle that opened up with DeFi in Web3 and the traditional finance industries becoming more and more interested. So in this project, we're really talking about definitions and exchanging a lot of information, opinion, and understandings of what financial products actually are, what terms the financial industry uses, and also what terms are used in the Web3 space. They are often not very well aligned, or there are slight different understandings, and we're basically trying to even the field there to produce a vocabulary that works for both sides and hopefully will be adopted from both sides. So we are getting across that first hurdle of the language barrier that we repeatedly talked about in several panels. So of course it also exists in this domain. There was also a project on consumer representation in ISO. This has been happening a bit earlier. So this was really a kind of a very broad me going through all the standards that seem to have relevance for consumers, going in the projects, joining, making some smaller contributions here and there where I thought that consumer aspects could be better represented or that some aspects are missing. Then there was a project I intentionally used a different bullet point here because this was, let's say, I didn't fulfill or reach the goal of becoming convener of the communications group. My colleague Belen Suarez, I think she's somewhere here, won the vote for convener with 2 votes of difference in a kind of a standoff vote. It was quite interesting, but the communications group is in very capable hands with her, so I want to congratulate her on that side, and I'll very likely get involved as an expert in an individual capacity. So it's not like this is a complete failover, but I just put a little poop icon there to illustrate that it wasn't a complete success. I think honesty is very important. And the last one was consumer representation on behalf of ANEC. This actually was a project where I really highly underestimated the workload. So that was a completely mind-boggling journey into also seeing how life and work in a standardization committee can be quite more difficult and drama loaded and with a lot more, let's say, strategic battling back and forth and interests clashing together. So the work on those harmonized AI standards, you could actually write a book about that. We had some really interesting wins from also particularly from a consumer perspective and also with harmonizations. Yeah, some interesting battles were fought. If you're interested in that, feel free to approach me after the panel. I'm happy to share some stories, but it's supposed to be a short introduction round, so I think yes, I'm done here. Thank you very much.
We got the cue there from Rita, the bell. Thank you very much, Christian. Next is Lee's contributions.
Mine works. It works, okay. Thank you for the invitation. Actually, I'm from academia. However, for standardization, I have been involved in various kinds of standardization bodies, such as ITUT, ITF, and 1 and 2Ms, etc. Today, I would like to introduce quite important initiative in ITUT, Web 3.0 related aspect. Actually, ITUT, there are several groups related to blockchain and distributed ledger technologies. Study group 17, for security perspectives, they are working on how they develop various kind of core technical solutions over blockchain. From the IoT and smart city context, study group 20 is working on to use blockchain, particularly for data exchange and sharing. Especially from a networking perspectives, in study group 13, they are working on the development of an architectural framework. Recently, actually a couple of years ago, study group 13 for networking groups, they created the ad hoc group for Web 3.0. In the ad hoc group, they tried to identify what is the meaning of Web 3.0 in the context of a huge ICT infrastructure. And then they try to identify various kind of important technical elements. We considered Web 3.0 as a new internet paradigm. It's not just the extension of the existing technical solution. This is a kind of a new visionary idea for supporting huge internet. So it's not just to simply transfer data. You know, blockchain, we consider to support lots of ownership issues, etc. Various kind of different technical perspectives. In this regard, we have developed two important technical reports. One is data infrastructure, but trustworthy data infrastructure by using blockchain and DLT. Secondly, we also try to identify what are important elements from the extension of very traditional networking functionalities. Based on this kind of initiatives to develop two technical reports, we have identified very interesting findings. We consider three important elements as a pure Web 3.0 infrastructure. One element is blockchain, including various kind of new initiatives such as cryptocurrencies, etc. That is the one pillar. Second one is application viewpoint. Metaverse is really important areas in terms of immersiveness. And the lastly, AI, artificial intelligence. So we are thinking about how we seamlessly integrate these kind of three elements, blockchain as a key infrastructures for supporting cluster. AI is everywhere. Immersiveness, metaverse technologies is very essential for supporting virtual applications. Based on this kind of key element, we try to see what are technical challenges. There are lots of technical challenges, particularly to support new demand from users' perspectives. For example, network point of view, we traditionally just consider what is the demand from the network providers. They try to deploy their products to the networks. They just simply ask the users to use this kind of network infrastructures. But in the Web 3.0 perspectives, it's totally different business areas. We first need to identify what are the key demands from individual users, and then try to support their demand, then totally different approaches. We first need to support what is the real issues individual users in terms of ownerships of the individual data or some intellectual properties or certain particular contents. If they contribute as a customers or some developers, etc., they also request some particular incentiveness. This is reward mechanisms. I believe this is really important things. That is the reason why we really considered how we effectively identify this kind of new paradigms. It's not really a new technical solutions. We know very well lots of existing technical solutions, but how we effectively and efficiently consider users' demand in line with the Web 3.0 concepts. That was the key findings. Based on this one, we just started to initiate various kind of new work items for developing key technical recommendations as a standard. So that's the recent issues in ITOT, particularly Web 3.0 ad hoc group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have next Ron.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being there. I'm Jérôme Ponce, so I'm representing a small business which is based in France, which is called Music Won't Stop. So I came to the blockchain technology thanks to music, because in 2015, there was this English singer which is called Imogen Heap, and she did an impressive thing with a EUDI music platform, which is based on Ethereum. Somebody could buy a music and automatically, in real time, the value of music was shared with all the stakeholders participating to this project. It was the first time I heard about smart contract and then blockchain technology. So I decided the following year, in 2016, to enter the AFNOR. It's the French national body for preparing some standards, and then I participated to Sensenelec and ISO TC07. So we have 3 levels: French, European, and international level. It was what we said just before in the previous panel. So my contribution started at TC07 about the foundations standards. There are 3 foundation standards which are defined in TC07. The first one is vocabulary. I've heard in the previous panels that terminology, vocabulary is key. So there is one which is available at TC07. You can find it. It's publicly available, because when you go on the ISO browsing platform, you can browse a standard. You can see that you can buy it, but there is a little button. You click on it, it's preview button. If you click on this preview button, you access all the terminology for free. So you can grow your knowledge on one technology, maybe AI or digital twin, anything, just by browsing the standardized terminologies that you can find for free on ISO website. So I started working on that. My works have been funded by several European projects like StandICT, Blockstand, and SEEBLOCKS today. So I will talk about a SEEBLOCKS project. So we have some standards, some three foundation standards. So I talked about the terminology. The second one is reference architecture, which allows interoperability then between the different systems using this technology. And the third one is taxonomy and ontology. So it looks like philosophical wording, but it's just classifying the terms, the vocabulary, and then making some data models based on this vocabulary. I would like to say that ISO is not working alone on standards. For example, the vocabulary, the first vocabulary which was published by ISO was in 2020. But in 2019, there was an ITUT standard. So we took the vocabulary of ITUT, we slightly copy-pasted it, we referenced it ITUT, and we developed new terms based on that. So we work all together. So what I did with this contribution for SEEBLOCKS was classification of the smart contract terms. Because the smart contract I've just mentioned before with Imogen Heap was an automation smart contract. The aim of this smart contract is to automate things. There are other ones. I know maybe you have heard about DAO, Decentralized Autonomous Organization. It's like a society contract or a contract between people to automate tasks, revenues, value shares, and so on. So it's what we will call organization smart contract. And you also have some, if you have heard about fungible tokens, which are behind the ICOs and so on. And if you have heard about the NFTs, so non-fungible tokens, behind each of these tokens, you have a smart contract. It's another type of smart contract. It's token smart contract. So what I did is proposing to the standardization a classification in the scope of technical specification 18126. And I guess that we have somewhere in the room the two project leaders of this standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are in the context of a panel on blockchain as trust anchor infrastructure, and we heard a couple of times already trustworthiness or trust associated with blockchain technology. Can we, as a start point, can we just maybe emphasize more why blockchain is a trusted technology, and then maybe comment a bit more on the importance of such trusted technology in the context of, for instance, the emerging digital economy? Christian, you want to say? Please. It's not on.
Thank you. Yeah, so blockchain as a trust infrastructure. I actually took a bit of time to prepare for that, and excuse me, but I want to pull out my notes for that. Basically, I wanted to approach this more on a bit of a basic level, since I just, or rather recently, came a bit more into the trust with the whole trust topic. It's a very important one. But since I originally come from a PII perspective, I wanted to illustrate a little bit what are actually the changes we are going through in a trust model, at least from my naive perspective. Sometimes even a naive approach can have some value to experts. So that's what I intend to share here. And I believe, first of all, it's very important to acknowledge also the potential tensions between trust and privacy, because trust is usually increased when you have more transparency and more knowledge, because you kind of have a good foundation that you can base your trust on. You don't just have to blindly trust someone. But this sometimes can stand in conflict with the principle of privacy by design, when we assume, at least when we assume that the higher degree of anonymity or pseudonymity can stay in contrast to that. And also I thought a bit about what actually changes from the classical model of trust that we have. So when we trust in a company, I believe all the different layers of trust that we could come up with basically are directed to the company. So if they basically have our absolute trust, and it doesn't really matter in which layer of trust they screw up. But when we start transferring that to a blockchain scenario, where we don't have a centralized entity and not a single player that we can put our trust in, the topic certainly becomes far more complex and complicated. And I just wanted to lay out like 5 layers of trust that I kind of identified in the short time that I had to think about it. And that is, first, trust in the ecosystem. So traditionally, the ecosystem is the company or the entity that we interact with. But in a blockchain system, it's far more than that. It's a highly complex technical infrastructure that, if it's public, we don't even necessarily know who is running that infrastructure, who has the data that we throw into the system and the transactions that we do, who has access to them, to all the data that we put in there. There is also the trust in integrity. And I believe this is particularly interesting to let's say the cypherpunks and all the Web3 degens who, if you want to look at it a bit polemically, who are kind of paranoid about trust and the integrity of data. Because if a company or anybody writes something to a traditional database and he suddenly realized that something went wrong, there is no way to know if the data integrity is still intact, because the data in a traditional database can just be altered. There are no logs about it. It's almost impossible to find out if anything has been tampered with it. And this is really a layer of trust where I believe that the trust in the integrity that we have in blockchain is much higher, particularly if you think about all the edge case scenarios of what a malicious player could do if he wants to hide something. There is also the trust in identity, which I believe is particularly in the traditional Web3 systems is a very weak trust, because it's basically just a public key and a private key. And whoever has that private key, whoever that may be, basically has access and can endorse transactions, but we know nothing about the identity. But there is the eIDAS 2 coming, and also standards are developed which basically will allow to interface the eIDAS, which will provide credible and trustworthy identity proofs. And hopefully this will be possible to seamlessly interface this with Web3 platforms and transactions. So this would enable us to move the trust in identity to the Web3. Which I basically think is one of the biggest milestones that I'm looking forward to as an active Web3 user. There is also the trust in access and consent. Also consent, also from a PII perspective, is currently managed in a closed logging system. So I put a check mark on a website, click on the send button, and then I have to more or less trust that whoever the data controller is stores this consent sufficiently and correctly. Same goes for access management. With blockchain, this can be done in a much more transparent and maybe not more seamless, but definitely in a more transparent matter. And there is also the trust in the participants, which basically brings me back to at first we have a company, and basically we trust in the company, since the company or the entity has a very high interest in retaining a good reputation, which is still, I believe, one of the highest currencies that any business can have, a good reputation, which is where the trust comes from and how the trust is earned. And maybe we can achieve something similar on a much more individual level in the Web3 once we plug this into eIDAS. And with that, I want to finish my little presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee, would you like to add something?
Okay, so let me start the basic concepts of a truster. Actually, we need to clearly differentiate truster and the trustworthiness. So let me just give you very typical examples. For example, if you choose a hotel, we can simply consider 5-star hotels, 4-star hotels. These kind of indicators can be interpreted as a trustworthiness. However, you have a totally different preference. So for example, I personally choose certain hotel just based on cleanliness or some case location. There's kind of different indicators. These kind of indicators are very subjective manners. For example, certain people simply choose certain hotel, but this hotel is really 5-star hotel. So most of people respect this hotel is really good, but somebody is there, they have some argument. It's not so good in terms of location, something like this. There are lots of different views. These are basically based on certain relational aspect. There is kind of different indicators these kind of indicators are very, very subjective. So it's very difficult to measure and identify certain particular one single value. So in this regard, ITUT defines the term thruster as measurable belief. We know very well what's the meaning of a thruster, but if we cannot measure them from technical viewpoint, there's no meaning. So in this regard, we try to see how we correctly measure certain different level of thruster, some case trustworthiness, but very importantly, if we just simply consider one single entity, then just consider trustworthiness, very straightforward. But most of the cases, we need to think about relational aspect. Certain entity A and the other entity B, there is certain relational aspect. For example, I wanted to buy a product from provider A, or I wanted to buy the products from different providers. It's totally different perspectives. How we rely on this kind of a particular context. So in this regard, we need to think about various kind of important technical elements to technically govern our infrastructure. That is the reason why we try to use blockchain and DLT technology as a really foundational technical element. On top of blockchain and DLT, we need to add on various kind of new elements, such as smart contracts, various kind of new technical components need to be integrated. Then we can successfully support lots of individual applications. Furthermore, rather than just considering single application, we need to also think about cross-sectoral applications. How we rely on horizontal relational aspect instead of just the vertical interoperability aspect. So that kind of a horizontal, vertical and horizontal interoperability are really, really important things. But the very difficult point is it's really don't know how we seamlessly integrate this kind of two different sectors, for example. For example, healthcare domain and energy domains, etc. Because we have a totally different some standard or data formats or some different meanings, etc. So in this regard, we should consider to support lots of different heterogeneities, but we also need to support some harmonized or some common technical glues for easily combine and support various kind of multiple demand or some cross-sectoral issues, etc. So that's the very important things to see the strong demand for the trust-related aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, that would be a nice conclusion to this panel. But before we conclude this panel, I would like to ask Jerome. He talked about the smart contracts classification and how does he see this work he's done fitting in this context of blockchain DLT as a trusted infrastructure?
Okay, so I think to complete a little bit, because what do we trust? We trust a technology first, because it was prepared by cryptographers. It removes the central authority thanks to the distributed consensus mechanism. So it's one thing. We trust standards, high quality standards with high quality definitions that talk to technical people, legal people. So it's important to bring a big coherence in standards. So to answer your question, my work with smart contract classification was to enhance the coherence between several standards which were classifying smart contracts. And to go beyond, we have also the people behind blockchain systems that we want to trust, the people who are developing the blockchain systems, the source code, which is running on many nodes all over the world. And finally, we trust an ecosystem, as mentioned before. If you remember, The Economist has made a cover, it was written, blockchain, the trust machine. Yeah, it's a tool, a technology that creates trust in ecosystems where actors do not trust each other a priori. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. That was even a better conclusion. We'll take some questions now if there are any in the room. Okay, I see there are no questions. Any final thoughts on, further need for standardization in this space from the panel? Immediate needs, or
Yeah, I would like to emphasize one important findings, particularly digital assets. So far, we just simply concentrate on data issues, right? So data communications, data cover everything. But in the future, we need to think about so many different types of data. So some content, some particular assets that probably can be interpreted as a digital assets instead of a real world. We are considering cyberspace. In cyberspace, lots of virtual assets. So many people wanted to transact, buy some virtual products, and then also sell their products. So in this regard, we need to build up digital platform to securely and reliably transact these kind of different products, digital products. That is the one of the reasons to build a trustworthy infrastructure. So in order to successfully build up this kind of a trustworthy infrastructure, very fundamentally, we need to record lots of transactions. That is the one of the reasons to support blockchain and DLT. Apart from this kind of digital ledger technologies for supporting various kind of transactions or some repositories, etc., the one of the important directions for the future is to keep our data locally instead of sending our data to the cloud due to some security matters or privacy matters, etc. So we need to keep our data as much as possible locally, and then we just simply consent certain particular key information whenever we need. That is the really important directions for future services. For example, context-aware services. Many service providers need to know where we are. So they just simply request to provide lots of location data. However, depending on various kind of different contexts, in some cases, I don't really want to send my location data to the provider. So how we selectively consider these kind of things? Most of the consent or certain ownership issues should be controlled by individual users. That is the user-centric, user-driven service. These kind of services are really essential. That is the reason why we always need to think about how we successfully satisfy users' demand, users' requirement. Instead of just simply requesting, we have lots of useful service resources here, just subscribe. We can support lots of brand new services. It's not the case. Individual users very proactively request their own very personalized services, totally different services. They can create lots of new services. How we consider this kind of a new demand, very innovative ways with so many important technical elements. That is the really useful things, how we successfully build up this kind of key technical solutions in a standard way. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely want to agree with you that I know it under the buzzword edge computing, and I believe it's a very, very, very powerful technology for privacy by design approaches, how to process data and how to increase the degree of data sovereignty that the data subjects ultimately have. I also want to get back to your question. One very, I think, a very prominent example for a new standardization needs that I've kind of developed or discovered, particularly having had the honor to work as well on the AI standardization and blockchain, is the potential for blockchain to enable us with provenance about AI. So basically, this means we could use blockchain technology to track the data that has been used to train AI models. Where did the data coming from? How was the data set evolving? What did change? Potentially even track, are there any copyrighted informations in there? Do those have to be excluded, or may there even exist a smart contract from the original owner of the copyright of the data that allows licensed data sharing in models, and basically really developing flexible shared economy models that we don't have to go through really tedious and long-lasting license negotiations, but to have this rather in a micro transaction model where people say, well, basically, if I get a cut of X% when this data is used in generating revenue, somebody can just agree to that boilerplate contract and start using and harnessing value with all that immediately. And ideally, there also the data subject is involved. The same goes for how does the continuous training and the reinforced learning, how does that change models? Are those new models still aligned with the requirements of the AI Act and stuff like that? I mean, I'm basically opening up Pandora's box here with the possibilities that can be done in provenance in AI. But I believe this is really something where we need all the manpower that we can get, and we need all the leading experts in the world at one table to figure out what can we do, what is possible, and how can we do it, and how can we align that with the existing laws and with the needs of industry and also the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the midterm, I will say, yes, we can do something with the copyrights of, for example, in the in Sensenelec GTC 19, we are working on blockchain and DLT. And in the original scope, we only put some specificities about GDPR and eIDAS, but there is also one line about copyright. So I'm sure that we will reopen the copyright directive with the light of blockchain technology for copyright management all over Europe, I would say. And more short term, I will work on the classification of decentralized identifiers and identity after the smart contracts. I think it will also help us to better understand all the stakes behind identity, and not only for using a digital identity wallet based on blockchain, but beyond, because the identity model is really interesting, because you have some roles with issuer, holder, verifier, and it can be also used for carbon credit. You have exactly the same triptych. So I'm pretty sure that at ISO TC07 level, we can bring a broader reference architecture that could support all kinds of services like identity, carbon credit, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the panelists.
Yes, well, break now in 20 minutes. There's refreshments out in the hall. Okay, thank you very much.
Does he hear us? Oh, probably not. Yeah, welcome to our almost last panel, and we just continue with more or less the previous discussion, because it's also about trust, and especially smart contracts as trusted services. And we have 3 people live here. Christiana Aristotle, but you will present yourself later. Julian Bringer and Alice Mark, and Eric. Does he hear us? Because I want to give him the floor. And we have only half an hour, therefore be concise. Eric, hear us? But we do not hear him. But he is unmuted, or? Oh. Eric? Hello? Are you muted? He's not muted. Then the floor is yours. No, but we do not hear him. I don't know. Can you manage it or not? Then let's start here. Not ladies first, but ladies last. Therefore, Julian, the floor is yours. Maybe explain a little bit where you come from, what you did in the context of SEEBLOCKS, and then we start the discussion.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Julien Bringer, or Bringer, if it's easier. Cybersecurity expert by training. Most of my career has been in cybersecurity, but also with a specific angle, in particular at the beginning around cryptographic protocols, cryptographic mechanisms. So quite naturally, I got interested by blockchain. And by being involved in standardization since now more than a decade, I also naturally become interested by blockchain standardization. And since now 2018, I'm convener of the Joint Working Group 4, which is a joint working group between ISO TC07 and ISO IEC JTC1 SC27 on security, privacy, and identity. And besides that, I happen to be since about 7-8 years an entrepreneur in cybersecurity, blockchain, and identity management. Yeah, and with SEEBLOCKS, I've been able to basically get supported for being more active, in particular supporting experts, also liaising with different organizations, different stakeholders, and thanks to this support, being able to kind of help progressing further, more maturity, more content, more participants on the different projects that are developed within my working group. Shall I stop there, or I continue to what is in the slide?
Yeah, then please continue.
Because for the moment, I think we see the DPKI, so that's yeah.
Okay.
No, that's not mine. That's Eric's slides. That's why I was asking. Okay,
it?
and now this so that it will help for everyone. So what we have done in the past in the past 2 years, or approximately a bit less, through SEEBLOCKS, but we had early 2024. We had I would say a small number of projects ongoing for future standards within Joint Working Group 4. One is related to privacy aspect, ISO 24946, You have the title here. It's about privacy capabilities, requirements, assessments, and it's built on top of existing privacy-related standard, and the goal is to develop what is specific to blockchain and DLT. When you have to analyze privacy impact of an application developed on top of blockchain tools, there are different aspects that are not directly or straightforward to take in account. So the idea is really to take in account what is specific and to be sure there are guidance in order to cover them and to protect personal data in particular. So this one is now progressing quite well. We had several iterations, and we hope that in less than 2 years from now, we'll be able to publish a standard. That's still the time frame of standard, but progressing. Since then, another privacy-related standard has been project. I mean, for standard has been launched, and this one is more in the context of identity management, but for privacy by design. Principles applied to trust anchors, which are used in order to validate or to help to provide a level of confidence on information attributes related to identities within an identity management system. This one is quite recent, is less than 1 year, and well, supporting this and being sure that the progress has good input. Another topic which is quite demanded in the context of our overall trustworthiness of blockchain application is often security, as in many other contexts. In security, there is very often one strong baseline that we are using in order to assess, and before assessing, in order to integrate the right level of security and security controls and having the right governance and risk management in place to manage the system is related to the series of standards from 27,000 family. 2701 is well known, certification based on that, and in particular 2702 is the part of this series, which is related to detailing the security controls that you can select for your different security objectives. The same as for privacy in the context of security aspects, well, there are some controls that are really specific to a blockchain or DLT application. So this project is under development, and the goal is also to, with this, to bring more assurance to the developers first, and then to the users, that things are taken in account by design in terms of security. And still in terms of security, there is a specific topic which is of interest for us today. It's related to smart contracts. Best practices are not always followed in the context of smart contracts, and we have seen many hacks and many weaknesses in smart contracts just because of that. But it's also that there are some also specific angles, specific properties, specific ways to manage smart contracts when they are deployed that are not described properly because they were not known in traditional and general security practices and security standard. I mean, so there is a series of documents that is under discussion for potential future standards. Still something under discussion, so it's not yet done, but we are all conscious that there is a need to really address security while developing, while auditing, while reviewing, and also while monitoring the execution of the smart contracts. So really the whole life cycle of smart contracts. And through this process, we have not forgotten also identity management, and decentralized identity is discussed everywhere. And in context of, I would say, kind of hybrid decentralization, but also in the context of full decentralization for non-regulatory systems. And this is also a topic that we are handling. And just to finish, this is done in coordination with various groups, standardization bodies in Europe, standardization bodies, international ones, which are not focused on blockchain, but for which we have interest to collaborate in order to for everyone to use existing standard, also to adapt them to our context, but also with non-standard organization to be sure that we collect feedback from the ground, from core developers, from the community, from the different ecosystems in the blockchain world as well.
Thank you very much, Julia. Then Alistair, the floor is yours. Do we have his slides also here? No, lady is last.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alistair Mark. I'm the Director General of the Blockchain and Climate Institute. I'm very glad to be here today talking about our work on smart contract for sustainable development goals, on which we've done a proposed guidance handbook, which is also the work item that is a publicly available specification at ISO TC 307 Working Group 3 on smart contract. I believe that some of you may remember a very famous academic equation called I equals PAT, IPAT equation. The I stand for environmental impact, P stand for population, A stand for affluence, and T stand for technology, the IPAT equation. Yeah, actually, we cannot depopulate the world. We cannot realistically ask people to live a less affluent life nowadays. So the only thing we can move, or the only variable we can still vary in this equation is T, the technology. So blockchain and particularly smart contract, I believe, is one of the key answers to add some color to the variable T in order to minimize our environmental impact or achieve the broader sustainable development goals overall. Imagine a Dutch farmer trading solar power with neighbors, no utility insight, or a Swedish startup proving every product green in the supply chain. This is something that smart contract could accomplish very competently. And thanks to the SEEBLOCKS support, we've spent a huge number of months turning that smart contract for SDGs vision into standardization reality. And today at this fun event, I would like to just say very briefly about what we do here. And in TC 307, I'll try in hard to push interoperable smart contracts, linking real-world data, think weather or supply chain via oracles. As in my handbook that you can scan with your phone on the slide, Chapter 7, we have identified as some potential standardization gaps, which stands at the intersection between this digital technology part and also the sustainability part. And we hope that this guidance handbook could eventually help as many stakeholders as possible to standardize the presentation and particularly the design of the use cases like the Ireland's energy trading or Germany waste tracking, you name it. And these aren't just ideas, they are actually Europe's blueprint, scalable and secure. And then at the same time, I'm also a member of the ISO Technical Management Board, revising guide number 82 on the of mainstreaming sustainability in all ISO standards. We would like to eventually embed sustainability, not only climate change, but the broader all the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals into every single standard on ISO and CEN level. And SEEBLOCKS has been doing a very important job in enabling us to realize this vision in this journey. And with the Europe's brightest expert that we've been working with, and sustainability isn't a sideline, it's the core. And smart contract, as I argued in this proposed guidance handbook, is absolutely Europe's ticket to the greener, fairer future, and also a tool for Europe to lead on international standardization. My focus in this handbook makes smart contract a continental powerhouse. In Ireland, they drive clean energy markets with smart contract. In Italy, they ensure fair supply chain. All of these are tied up to SDGs. In standardizing that potential, proving blockchain-based smart contract ability to do so can deliver prosperity and planet-friendly solution in this regard. And I think SEEBLOCKS has sparked a knowledge sharing revolution. I lean to that, teaming with other EU experts sitting next to me, and we're working in our working groups. And I believe that the results that we have presented in this guidance handbook could be a very useful reference for so many stakeholders, not to mention the long-term, more indirect impact on these stakeholders in designing or deploying smart contract into anything sustainable. I think I would conclude my pitch now. And again, thank you. I would like to say a big thank you to SEEBLOCKS for supporting this project.
I'm also not here. Therefore, Christiana, the floor is yours. Okay.
Thank you, Kurt, for leaving me last.
Yeah, the legal expert comes last after the tech guys.
Okay,
And then
so
we start discussion.
he said the legal expert, so he already introduced me. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Christiana Aristidou, originally Greek Cypriot, and I'm a lawyer as a background. However, I wear many different hats, which I would like to share, because my perspectives actually come from these hats. So I'm a lawyer, I'm a practicing lawyer, and I practice the implementation of technologies in my everyday life with my clients. And at the same time, I'm a market trainer. So I'm an EU recognized trainer for regulators and governments and companies and financial institutions, name it. At the same time, I'm a visiting lecturer at universities, which in a way makes me also an academic. So with having said this, my perspective with relation to smart contracts will take from these hats and enhance my last one hat. I'm a standards expert. So first of all, I want to thank SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand for funding me, because I'm among the few lawyers funded by SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand as far as I know. And you may say no. And what if you are a lawyer and you are funded and you are few? I will explain. We are discussing trust. And my work here is trust with smart contracts. And my job here with you is I'm a project leader with TS 18126, which is the smart contract taxonomy and classification. So what a lawyer does with such a standard may be questioned. So our everyday life is full of contracts. Of course, not smart contracts, but other contracts everywhere. I mean, in commerce, in corporations, with corporations, in finance, everyday transactions, we are looking for them and we want them. So where do we get the trust for these transactions? I'm a lawyer, and unless I do have the trust, I will not allow my client to enter into any agreement. Having said this, what are smart contracts? Of course, smart contracts are not traditional contracts, and they are not contracts by law. And of course, I get my colleagues, experts in ISO, TC 307, shouting all the time that, Christiana, smart contracts are not contracts by law. I do get it. They are not. They could be, though, if we want to see them replacing the traditional contracts. Is smart contract an unfortunate term that actually confuses people? Yes, it is. So yes, it is a code. It is a piece of code, but this piece of code could replace traditional contracts in our everyday life. So how do I see my work? Of course, my work is standardizing via taxonomizing, via categorizing, via classifying. I mean, the actors, the purpose, the scope, how we implement the smart contracts and everything. But how do I see trust? Trust in this context has dual nature. Why? Because it is about the intrinsic trust and the extrinsic trust. And what is the intrinsic trust here? It's the trust when I implement the code, the smart contract itself on a platform or using, producing, issuing tokens, whatever the business model is. It is about a business model that I follow. That's why I issue tokens. That's why I use smart contracts. So in this context, they do need to have the intrinsic value. Therefore, I have to standardize them in order to be able to provide clarity, not provide for ambiguity, not to be ambiguous, be able to be interpreted whenever. So I want to see the quality in the code. That's why I standardize. Okay. So with the extrinsic trust, what happens? It's about the trust in the ecosystem. Like when you have a contract and you see who is providing the trust, the instrument. And what it does, it gives this trust to the ecosystem. And then what follows? Adoption. So these are the dual nature of the trust. But I have to point something else here. We want to move from the one side to the other. What is the one side and what is the other? Transitioning from the middlemen and the intermediaries using smart contracts. Therefore, we have a route to follow. That's why we need to standardize it. So we cannot get rid of the intermediaries in one day, not even in 1 year, not even in 5 years. So what are we trying to do is to actually provide the required trust for all of the stakeholders to use them and slowly see the network effect. And then slowly, if they trust the smart contracts, then we will see the starting of the replacement of our everyday arrangements, everyday agreements, declarations. And yes, the new item that we are now proposing is how do we actually hash documents in smart contracts, because we say in tokens, in smart contracts, actually. How do we do it? Why am I asking this? I'm a litigator as well, I'm a barrister. Therefore, I will end up at court. And whatever you do, I will have to trial before the judge. And I will have to persuade them that this smart contract has been compliant with laws and regulations, because this is how your smart contract will be assessed. That is why you keep seeing me sharing again and again and again. If you want to see your work end up being used by the market, then the market needs the security that if they get to court, they will win their case and they will not end up being trapped forever in there. Why? Because we got rules in courts and in laws and with the regulators. You just cannot submit any evidence you like in order to prove the smart contract. Therefore, slowly, we need to standardize. What kind of evidence do I have to take to court in order to
I'll stop you?
Okay, do it.
Sorry.
If you don't do it, I will never stop. Thank you.
Because the gentlemen should also get a few minutes of what we have left. And therefore, coming back to Julien, because on your slides, on the last bullet, you also kind of make a reference to the different regulations. That means the legal frameworks. And where do you see kind of, Christiana already kind of provided some challenges that we are not yet there, that smart contracts maybe are kind of fully established as an element in the current legal framework. Where do you see the challenges?
Well, I think smart contracts are not well understood yet by regulation. So first challenge is really defining properly smart contracts in regulation. The second one is there is no one single kind of smart contract. There is a flavor. That's why the work's done by my fellow experts, Christiana, Jérôme also mentioned it earlier. Taxonomy, categorization, all those works are very important to be able to distinguish the different cases and to work on how to address regulation on this. Something which is definitely helpful is already to see possibility to have trusted ledger, ledger as a trust service provider based on eIDAS, which would be kind of a backbone for smart contract. But then we still have to work on how we can consider a smart contract as trusted. That's a short answer. We can enter into the detail if you like.
Okay, thank you for the short answer. Alice, because you make the link between smart contracts and the SDGs. And some of the SDGs are really pressing, especially climate change, for example. And therefore, standardization is fine, smart contracts might be fine, but we also need the regulatory pressure in order to make progress. That means, what is your kind of expectations and requirements from the regulatory perspective to make really progress to achieve the one or other SDG maybe in proper time?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So personally, I'm not too worried about regulations now, because we have seen quite good progress, at least at the EU level. The enactment of the MiCA regulation, market crypto asset regulation, has been a great step forward in monitoring and governing the quality of the digital assets. We just need to put these well-regulated digital assets into good use in the sustainability field. However, I would like to raise a point which might be interesting for a lot of stakeholders here. One of the challenges I could see is is how we're going to convince European industries that these blockchain, smart contract, or sustainability standards combined won't power on cost. So I would say that, of course, this is a natural concern for many entrepreneurs in the industry, but it's not really about cost. I would say it's about cash flow. So actually, in our handbook, we show that a smart contract slashing overhead with supply chain tracking use cases in Sweden is example, and the waste haul savings on admin expenses in the Netherlands as another example. And I think that the main challenge is not about regulation, is psychological ones, in which we'll need to find a better or even quantifiable, quantitative way to convince our industry stakeholders that these standards on smart contract and sustainability are not going to add on your cost, but instead help you achieve savings. But we do need more reliable continental level data to do just that.
Okay, thank you. That means at the end it's again about money. Now, Eric, do you hear us?
Yep.
Just 2 minutes for you. Sorry that we are very, very kind of tight in time.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, Erik Andersen from Denmark, and I have been working on PKI, public key infrastructure, for many years, and I'm the editor of X509. And in this area, we also have the concept of trust, and it's a little different from the lawyers' concept of trust, but that's an entity in a PKI domain trusts somebody, an entity. So that trust is the basic for the security in the PKI. The problem is when we try to interconnect many PKI domain, that the trust kind of become diluted, because you may not trust a trust anchor in a distant country. So the way to try to get around this is to interconnect the different domains, PKI domains in the different countries, like in Europe, by using blockchain. And in this way, establish trust by consensus instead of using trust anchors. So that's why we need to use the blockchain technology, because we need to establish trust by consensus. The basic concept of PKI is not changed. So the blockchain is used for interconnecting current current PKI domains. And by this, we also achieve something else, that the information, the PKI information, mostly certificates of different kinds, are also in the blockchain and can be accessed by users that need that information. And to do this, we also have established a directory functions that holds information about mostly certificates that's and their status. That's important. That's available for everybody in the blockchain. It's we obtain both interconnection, but also that we have directory, PKI information available in every node to be accessed by users that need that information. And all the information that comes into the directory is clearly validated using smart contracts. And so this is the basic for that. It's what we are doing is a complete international standard. So we standardize everything. And we also provide, I think, what is quite important, the ability to migrate cryptographic algorithms. Cryptographic algorithm has been mentioned several times during these sessions. It's very important to be able to migrate cryptographic algorithm, especially when we get the quantum computers. So we need to have quantum safe algorithms installed, and we also, when we see weakness in current cryptographic algorithm. So I think this is the basic. It's a very complicated and standard, but it takes a lot of time to develop. But we're working hard. My main problem is that I'm the only one from Europe that's participating in it. And there is a lot of interest from the Chinese and also from the Koreans. Especially Chinese is very active. And if I do not work hard, the Chinese will take over. So I'm kind of in a squeeze here in being sure to represent Europe and Europe's interest in this work. So
thank you very much. I think that's really a pressing message to the end, because here also maybe we will forward that to the European Commission. But Christiana, you have the last word. When I think about smart contracts, if this principle is completely rolled out, everybody has a lot of trust in that. Do we need your lawyers anymore?
You're asking me if you need the lawyers?
Yeah.
You are asking me if you need the lawyers?
When smart contracts are completely rolled out and everybody has...
How would it sound to you if I said, you don't need the lawyers, go do it? How would it sound? Of course you need the lawyers. Definitely. You know why? At the end of the day, they will trial your case at the court.
Okay.
So you need them.
Okay.
You cannot dispose of them.
Okay.
It's impossible.
Okay.
But I want to say something else. If this is my last statement.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay.
No, yeah, we are eating up the. Thanks a lot for the contribution. Sorry for the tight time, but we are eating up the others' time. Sorry also for the technical problems, but it was not my fault.
Okay, we can have. Thank you very much, all the panelists. Okay, so we move on to the final session now. Thank you very much, everyone. So if I can invite Rita up, who's going to be chairing this session, and Paul Ferris. Paul here. These are experts from SEEBLOCKS. They've all been funded, and we have a number of people who've come over in this last session and this session now from the ISO meeting. Also, Paulo Goncalves. Pardon?
Paulo Gonçalves.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Shakira Bedoya Sanchez and Belen Suarez. Okay, so I'll come up to the stage and have a read. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Last panel of the day. Woo. Such a long day, right? Anyway, but so compared to the other panels, so the other panels were more technical. This is more generic because so there are some priorities from the European Commission that they wanted us to be addressed, but there are also other topics that we selected to be addressed here because they were relevant. So before I introduce the speakers, so just to give you a quick intro. So I think the pitches we'll see what we discuss now, they are very related to Industry 5.0 and why? Why? Because so Industry 5.0 worldwide, so it's the phase where machines need to interact with humans and machines between themselves need to work with each other. But in order to do this, it's required more technology which is more complex, like artificial intelligence. But one topic which we did not hear yet, neither on the event yesterday during the ISO plenary and today, are robotics. That's one topic, and we'll talk about that today here. And thinking about Industry 5.0 in the European context, it entails the sustainability topic. And for that, we'll have 3 panelists at this last panel of the day. So just a quick introduction from robotics. The expert we'll have here today is Paulo Gonçalves, who is on the Exactly, thank you for the hand raised. And he works for IEEE Robotics and Automation Society. From the sustainability point of view, we have three. So we have Shakira Bedoya Sanchez from Dansk Standard from Denmark. Then we have Paul Ferris from Greece, who is an expert of the ISO TC 307 on blockchain and also part of European Distributed Computer Association. Last but not least, Belén Suarez from Spain, who is a member of two ISO groups. One is the one on blockchain, the 307, and the other one is a TC 207 on environmental sustainability. So how we are going to organize this panel now? So I would invite maybe the guests to do their presentations, and then we can talk about different topics. So who is the first one on the list? Paul Ferris. Paul, would you be happy to give a couple of words about your work? You have the micro next to you.
Absolutely.
Good news.
I'll be very happy. Thanks, Rita. It's meant to be a presentation. There's a list of 111455 points that I've got to cover by the look of it. All of it is sort of relevant, but I think actually a bit more of a story of how I got here is probably the most relevant. I'm an engineer who's spent a lot of my professional career in finance. I know an awful lot of engineers who have been wasted going into finance. And I was in New York, and we were launching a new Visa card, and this was the sort of Visa card that you could actually had a wallet and you recharged. And one day we got an email from somebody who said, I want to recharge it, but with Bitcoin. And I was surrounded by normal bankers. There's nothing normal about bankers. And they recoiled in horror. Bitcoin, it was some sort of devil's magic. But it was that reaction that got me interested in what Bitcoin was and how it worked. Because at that time, 2011, it was a system that seemed to be holding quite a lot of value, and nobody actually was breaking into it. And one of my main roles in the banking industry was security. So we started looking into blockchain, and it was actually a bit of genius. I thought it could solve much more than moving a Bitcoin value around the world. So I started getting involved in blockchain, and actually then started applying it to a 20-year problem, shows how old I am, but a 20-year problem in identifying people in the finance industry. So we started looking at how blockchain could provide trust in the finance industry, which was probably more relevant to the last session, actually. It can be used, and it should be used in a way that provides that trust. Now, where does that get me then? Well, I moved back to Britain, and one of the things that to enable this is to make a standard. A standard sounds very, very boring, and I'm talking, I think, to people who know very much. Most of the people in the audience know very much about what standards are, and they know that things take a long time, and you have to work hard at the detail of it. So we've been working hard at the detail of that, and I think Julian was professing about getting the security into the systems, but also trying to use this system for identity has been one of those consistent things that TC 307's been tackling. Well, I was at the first plenary of TC 307 back in 2017. I've worked for about 3 years as a chair of an association in the UK, lobbying to get the UK to actually start up an international standard. They kept on saying we should make it a British standard. And I said, well, what's the point of a British standard when blockchain is all about going cross-border and cross-organization? It has to be an international standard. So we spent so long talking about it to the Treasury and the Home Office and things that actually Australia took the bit between their teeth and started up TC 307. So we had to travel down to Sydney. It was terrible. Travel down to Sydney to have the first plenary. And we've been meeting, twice a year ever since. A slight hiccup in the COVID-19 years, but yeah, we've been working away at these subjects ever since. so where am I now, and how am I helped with SEEBLOCKS, for instance, in doing these things? Because this isn't actually what my main job is. How can I afford any this time? How can I spend a week here? Well, SEEBLOCKS helps, but one of the things I'm doing is getting a plan, a strategy together to actually address the huge number of ways that blockchain can be used and should be used. It can make a radical difference. It's starting to make a radical difference after all these years. There are systems that are fundamentally built in a very different way, and that the distribution of the blockchain is a fundamental part that we really need to understand better, in which case we need to actually study why these things actually work as they do. Where does this head to? I think I've actually got one slide that's got part 1 and part 2. So this is my part 2 slide of my 1 slide presentation. One of the things that we're working on, this is way before we actually get into a standards process. It's nothing to do at the moment with TC307, is actually addressing one of the things that continually comes up, has come up in this week a number of times. And that's how do you make this whole thing sustainable? And ever since 2011, probably came into public view in 2014-ish. People were saying blockchains, you know, they take so much of the power from society, and they pump this unsustainable amount of energy into our atmosphere, and that is a way overestimation actually for the technology, and in particular since then how the technology is developed. That is not so much of a problem. What really is the problem, and it you know, in the newspapers today I've reported estimates that are way beyond the ones that I'm presenting here. But big data is the problem. The processing of data is almost undercover. The processing centers aren't really well advertised to you and me as we go about our days. But we use our devices, and we expect very, very fast answers to all myriad of questions and mapping questions and all sorts of things. So that big data is starting to actually strain the public infrastructure of moving electric around different countries. Ireland has a big problem with its infrastructure because there are so many data centers there. There are centers in America where there are the local communities are actually starting to get up in arms because they are paying for a lot of the infrastructure. And we have now the situation where some of the billionaires are actually starting to work to build nuclear power stations to run what is the next thing coming, which is AI. The amount of energy being used for AI is massive. So we're already starting to work, and then we're going to be coming into the TC to do something about that, to lift the processing of these new computer systems out of the atmosphere, gather the energy from the sun. Cooling is a problem that has now been solved as well. So actually lifting the actual processing out into near Earth orbit has many, many advantages, and actually that lifting out of orbit, out into orbit, has become cheap enough to actually make this a viable option. So that if we can get a good proportion of that, of the processing done in near Earth orbit, it has other advantages. The latency, now that's how long it takes you to get your answer when you ask a question anywhere in the world on your phone, actually can be reduced, because basically the processing can be done 30 miles up in the air instead of 2,000 miles around the globe. So that's part 2. Is that an introduction to me, or is that a pitch? It's not really, is it?
This was a pitch, but I am afraid we need to give the floor to the
idea.
next one.
It's exciting stuff. Standards can be exciting. So that's my pitch, my one-line pitch.
We'd like to know more, to have more insights about you after we do the round of the table with all the guests, if possible. A little bit, but it's fine. Okay, I think the next one, who will be the next one? So we heard from Paul Ferris, and now we go to another Paul, Paulo Gonçalves, who is going to talk about his work on robotics. It's working.
Okay, it's working. Okay. Okay, my name is Paulo Gonçalves. I'm from Portugal. I work on the IEEE SAESDO. I'm a volunteer, sorry. Because I'm a professor in Polytechnic Institute of Castelo Branco, Portugal, and a senior researcher on University of Lisbon, also in Lisbon. Well, why I came up here in the blockchain in the robotics area is very simple. I received a call from IEEE to work on their first standard on robotics. It was in 2012. So we'll build on definitions, we'll build on task representation, we'll build on knowledge of the environment, and then on being what is autonomous robot. And in the end, we build we build for standards, and now came the current step that is on multiple robots. Okay, and here on multiple robots, there is a need to how to organize well a fleet of robots in factories and all over the place. Okay, because not now, but in the future, the robots will always be interconnected. That is the reason that we thought that blockchain technology. So what I did here in SEEBLOCKS, thanks to SEEBLOCKS for helping on this effort, is to basically try to add content to the multiple robots standard on this. Okay. Also, we did. I almost forgot. We did also on the ethical part of building autonomous systems. That was another part of the standard, but not this one. Here, what we did, because it's very important, nowadays in factories, the robots do, they are dumb, okay? They do what they're told, they go from A to B and things like that. In the future, what robots must communicate, all of this information that we standardize, okay? So what we have done, we send some task to a fleet of robots, and they can decide which robot should do based on the information that they have on the environment, on the experience of the robot, on the tasks that the robot should have. Okay, and that why we choose to have that blockchain. So we came at also with we saw that there is a taxonomy and ontology for. But since we have used in terms of interoperability, use top-level ontology that was recently also came up ISO standard that is DLT ontology. We could use any other type of top-level ontology, so we use that. And the effort here was to map that what there is on the standard on the technical specification, sorry, from ISO on the vocabulary, and then map it to DLT in terms of interoperability for our robotic standards that are also grounded on the top-level ontology that is DLT, and also IoT devices, every machines that must be communicate on a very precise and unambiguous way. Okay, so that's what we did here. We did a small example on this robotics part. Okay, robots have some capabilities, and then which robot should go to complete the task? The robot that on consensus they choose to have the right capability. Okay, that's it. The small experience that we did here to map that to DLT and build blockchain and robotics altogether ontology that can be used, and hopefully will be one part of our standard that I'm shared of that 1872.3 on multiple robots. Okay. And I think that's it. I think my 4 minutes are okay. Okay.
Thanks, Paolo. Thank you very much for your overview of your work. And then the next one, he's Shakira or Belain?
Can you hear me?
Shakira, it's you. Your turn.
Um,
Tell us about your work.
Thank you. And thank you to SEEBLOCK and Blockstand for their kind support. Thanks to them, I'm here today. So the EU aims to be climate neutral by 2050. So a position that is stated not only in the European Green Deal, but also through European climate law. And one mechanism to achieve this goal is, of course, through carbon markets. Carbon markets enable reducing emissions and advancing technology through the trading of carbon credits. In a carbon market, carbon is transformed into a commodity in which carbon credits are sold and bought. And there are different types, of course, of carbon markets, but broadly put, carbon markets have several difficulties, and they have been pointed out by different experts, including, for example, the lack of effectiveness, accountability, transparency, and operability. And one of the most pressing issues with carbon markets is the lack of standardization in carbon calculation standards. The lack of transparency on the methodologies, as well as the lack of quality assurance of every credit that is traded. In this context, in October 23rd, the Sustainable Finance Committee, which is a TC322, of which I'm part of, approved the creation of an ad hoc working group, namely FinTech in Carbon Markets, stating specifically that for the topic of blockchain in carbon markets, quote, no single technical committee in ISO count with all the expertise required to take full ownership of this area, which shows the complexity of the topic. So in the review of the mandate of this ad hoc working group, the end-to-end ecosystem of DLT was assessed, and it was considered that while the committee for environmental management should focus on the so-called physical layer, the Committee for Sustainable Finance should look at the financial transaction layer. So the mandate of the FinTech in carbon markets included, for example, to study relevant material of the various aspects of carbon markets, including FinTech and blockchain, make recommendations for future standard work, but also, and very interesting, to review standards from related fields, such as ISO 40000 family of standards for environmental management, where you quantify greenhouse gases and climate mitigation and adaptation. Now, looking at the physical layer, my background is in commercial banking, actually. I am a banker, and currently I'm working in developing cooperation, doing sustainable finance, different projects in various parts of the world. So when I look at this, obviously I'm not coming from the Blockchain perspective, but from the financial and sustainable finance angle. Carbon projects can be nature or not nature-based and include, for example, reforestation, agriculture, effective household devices, waste management, forest conservation, etc. To receive a carbon credit, a project needs to demonstrate that it can be verifiable, that it should reduce or remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. And this process is very complex. It can require a lot of methods. It needs some protocols to ensure accuracy of what you are saying that you're doing, to ensure, of course, the integrity of the carbon credit. So projects also begin with something that is called the feasibility assessment, where a project developer checks the technical, the financial, the environmental factors to assert the viability of a project, including technical nature of the activity, what are the costs and revenues, and the rules regarding various carbon standards. You also need the scientific methodology that can be used to assess the impact of the activity, right? That will be based for the carbon credit. And in that specific area, ISO standards are very important because these standards focus on greenhouse gases assessment and verification, known as, for example, the ISO 14006X type of standards. So these type of standards look at the evaluation of projects for carbon credits, the quantification requirements, the monitoring, but also what do you need to quantify and how do you quantify it to be able to verify the project. So this has been partially what I've been focused on. Thank you.
Thanks, Shakira. I think now everyone knows it's time for Belay.
So thank you very much. My presentation is more or less related to you, but I have to say, I'm not an engineer. I'm not a lawyer. Okay, I'm an economist. So I have, let's say, the big picture, but not go in detail on things. And in addition to be engaged on blockchain and environmental management standard, I am most of them the chair of the European CEN Technical Committee on Innovation Management, because my understanding of this area is not to thinking on comply on regulations. We have lawyers, we have standard risk management, let's say the input. I am not only focused on what are the output of our activities, so what is the impact we are creating, but the most important for me, or the funny side for me, is the process, how we can manage activities, because at the end, the output is not only related to our activity, there is also external factor, there is a competition, there is a market, there is regulation. So at the end of the day, let's be honest, what I can do for the future, let's say for our environment, is manage my process. So it is why when we discuss about sustainability, that is a topic I love, and I'm also the convener at the European level of environmental sustainability of blockchain, is please let me the big picture. So don't not only speak about the negative impact, not only speak about the potential or the value proposition of the technology to develop solutions for sustainability. Tell me the big picture, the negative and the positive. When I have an idea of your net impact, I can understand if you are right or not. So basically, it is the proposal we have on CEN-CENELEC, not only to analyze or to measure the, let's say, negative effect of the technology, but also let's think on the big picture. And the big picture, I summarize here what is the blockchain trilemma. You know very well, you are, most of you engineer and working on blockchain, so you understand very well the trilemma of security, decentralization, and scalability. But for me as an economist, let's say I will define as sustainability instead of security, because we need not only security aspect on the network, I could set the sustainability of the network. It means economic sustainability, it means social sustainability, of course, technological sustainability, but also we need to consider more effect. And I like to use the term, I don't know if you heard before, the term of water bed effect. It is an economic theory that said any activity you do in one side of the bed, let's say, have an impact in other areas. And sometimes you don't control this. Maybe I should explain this to Trump and the US government for inspire that. So it is the point. When we create a standard, we should understand, in that case, we focus, and you see in my slide, I focus especially on environmental sustainability. It's one of the main concerns of stakeholders and the, policymakers. Blockchain is not green, no, we don't like. So let's start from there. And then we said, okay, let's see how the technology is impacting in the environment, but also let's see how the technology could create benefit for the environment. And I summarize here more or less about the two sides. It is what is blockchain footprint and what is the blockchain, for instance, for carbon market. That was part of my work. So first I have to thank blockchain and, sorry, SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand for having me and also for support my work. That is very valuable also for me. Okay, and what we did, especially on the negative impact, let's start from the bad news. Okay, in this, we have to clarify a lot of things, as you mentioned before, because we are speaking here about how to avoid greenwashing, more greenwashing. Then I have to ask some key aspect. As an expert on 40,000 family, we have some fundamental principles. Any sustainability statement should be based on credible information. This information should, or this statement should be supported by data, by information that in one moment should be, transparent for revision or for auditing. Also should be based on rational methodology, because we cannot collect data in all aspects we would like. So in some way we need to make calculation and estimation. The methodology behind should be transparent. So tell me at least the methodology, and should be rational. And of course, should keep the life cycles perspective, because if not, you hear more or less the Overton window. You cannot tell me only one part of the site. I would like to know what happened behind this window. I would like to know what is the real impact we have or not. And something that is quite important, who is providing this information? It is a self-declaration of a network of a company, or it is provided by third parties that make estimation based on the data around the market. So there is a lot of key questions. Also, there is a lot of fundamental principles. Let's speak about, let's say, materiality. What is material? What really matters? What you tell me about, in some cases, energy consumption, when the key aspect maybe is the use of natural resources, depending on the technology, let's say AI, and the use of water. Tell me about the greenhouse gas emissions. So we need to have material information that could be critical for the decision-making process of customers or investors, but also for allow us better manage our processes. So it's more or less the work we are doing now on Sense and Elec. In one technical report, we start for the energy consumption of consensus mechanism. I don't want to bother you today. I know you are really very tired, but this technical aspect. And on the other side, we are identify some, let's say, use cases that could inspire a future innovation wave based on sustainability and based on the digital, let's say, the double transition. But to conclude, if I have to make a statement, is I say all the time, I told all the time to the European Commission, please stop to speak, stop to ask companies about inform or about comply with sustainability regulation. Let's think on innovate, because at the end of the day, innovation is create value. So of course we can manage our environmental impact or our impact, but let's look for to create value for all, for shareholders, for customer, and why not also for companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much. So I'm aware we don't have much time, but we all want to know more insights from you. So I'm going to organize things like this. Let's start with the robotics with Paulo, and then we go to sustainability. We start with Paul, because it's a more high level, and then we focus on the carbon credits, which is the work that Yuval and Shakir were involved on that. So I think everyone agrees with me. So, but the thing is, we don't have much time. You see that clock ticking? So I'll ask you, some questions, if you could have the challenge of reply as much concise as you could, but as much informative as you could, that would be great. So, Paulo, from you, robots. Robots are cool. We like to see sometimes videos of robots dancing. Okay, we are not talking about dancing robots here, but in your case, it's about Industry 5.0. So robots need to talk with each other, with humans, and ontologies are the answer where blockchain is involved. So the thing is, we can have robots, humans and robots on the health sector, for instance, robots talking with robots. You can have on logistics, also logistics, and also factories like car production. So if you could let us know further what is possible now thanks to your work, but also what are the priorities on blockchain standardization within robotics, because this seems to be a sector with a high potential of growth, and it's not, at least it's not, it wasn't very mentioned a lot. It wasn't mentioned a lot in the last day. So what is your punchline on this matter, Paulo?
Okay. as you mentioned, well, robots do work and make actions. Okay, so that's a new part of new name, physical AI. So let's move forward. It sure will be the future, as you said well. And based on our work, what we used our standards, use it together with a blockchain, and we have very good results. And we are now on the next step to take it directly to the factory, and of course using a private blockchain. But basically that's it. The blockchain gives a great support in our efforts for the robots to communicate and reach a consensus based on so much information they have, okay? That is a real problem, as you might be aware of not, because we do some fusion of information, and the information is a lot of information, so there must be proper ways to do that, and blockchain give good in our test case simulation. Now we go directly, and I'm glad that the company that we work with that uses on the intralogistics scenario for robots to move on the factory, that will implement this on the robots. So it's good. So basically that's it.
Thanks, Paulo. Very concise indeed. Okay, so next, let's go to the other polls. Paul, so long story short, your main mission here was to ensure that sustainability is included not only on the ISO TC300, but also it's considered in any standard that ISO will work on in the future. So how is this mission you have? Are you in a good path? What happened so far? And also, what should be the next sustainability priorities, which you have no time to address now because time is limited, but we should take into account very, very soon?
Well, sustainability is a broad subject, and actually, I think being able to report that sustainability is probably one of the most important places. So actually keeping data safe, making sure that people trust that data is probably going to be one of the main areas of should be one of the main areas of standardization coming up. You know, the space thing is all very glamorous in its concept, but actually there's a lot more fundamental things to be done. And in the case of blockchain DLT technology, one of the prime things I think in this environment we're in, you know, probably more and more, is that we need not just information, but trustable information, information that can be shown not to have changed. And I think then we can measure the progress we're making on changing our environment to be sustainable. And once we can measure it, we can actually find out what was successful.
Thanks, Paul. Very quick indeed. Appreciate that effort. Okay, let's go now. So focus on carbon credits, and not only, but also to biodiversity markets with Shakira. So Shakira, carbon credits require transparency and traceability. That's quite clear. So what we like to know from you is what needs to be done to ensure that blockchain technology can help to improve the creation of carbon market frameworks that support at the same time the goals from the European Union on the Green Deal, but also the goals from the United Nations. And so, and I'd also like to know from you your work on the biodiversity market, because it was something that you worked a lot as well.
Yes, thank you, Rita. So briefly, I'm coming from the perspective of standardization. I would say interoperability between ISO standards and other carbon market standards are a big thing, specifically looking at regulatory procedures and validation. And the other thing is, of course, the enhancement of the use of blockchain, specifically for verification as well. There is a big topic, and some carbon credits are not end up being validated precisely because of the lack of verification. And now looking at biodiversity markets, so that's biodiversity markets are emerging, and there is, to my knowledge, still a lot to do regarding what sort of landscape there is and potential use of blockchain and other technologies on these type of markets. These type of markets have various challenges. So differently from carbon, you cannot quite standardize biodiversity because ecosystems are based on the natural world. They are local, they are fungible, they are complex, and obviously it has different type of challenges. So starting with that one, there has been some assessment by other experts regarding potentially use of blockchain in biodiversity markets. You can look at data monitoring for species and ecosystem. You can look at transparency and reliable record keeping of, for example, nature-based solutions. You can also assess decentralization for multi-stakeholder conservation efforts. And also something very interesting from the perspective of sustainable finance is marketplace layering and cost reductions. One of the most challenging aspects of financing nature-based solutions is that you need to demonstrate scalability and bankability, meaning that you need to put a tag price on it and you actually need to sell it, right? So you can potentially use also blockchain to demonstrate that a project that has been already been implemented can be replicated, right, and is potentially a source of revenue for whoever is funding this. Yeah, that was very quick.
Thanks, Shakira, appreciate it. Now let's close the panel with Belém. So Belém, you talked about innovation and industry, so let's hear about that. So we'd like to understand, in your opinion, what needs to be done to help have industry involved in creating standards, but not just on creating, but also on adopting all those same standards. So what is your view on that matter?
Well, my view on that matter is first, we said industry, but there is a lot of typology of industry. So one thing is the market, the banks, another thing is large company, other thing is the auditors in the carbon credit, for instance, other thing is, who is producing the market, a small organization, startup. So my main point is the main difficulty we have is how orchestrate collaboration between multiple parties in a trustful manner. So I could say, let's avoid, let's reduce expectation. Let's be pragmatic. In which features of this value chain, blockchain can create value, let's develop a standard to help the whole value chain, all the actors understand the value of the technology and create really efficiencies, okay? Second, in my view, we should keep an ecosystem perspective, and it's something very, very difficult. It is not about the technology, it is about the culture, it is about the society aspect. So any standard that could help to create the foundations of this paradigm shift to understand the value chain, the collaboration, and multiple parties, and to work for a common goal will be very, very valuable. And it is something that the industry is looking for, because at the end, the startups need to be the service providers of large companies, because the bank need a small companies as service providers, for instance, in crypto assets, in the crypto market, in a lot of new areas that for banks is not interesting. So I could suggest go directly to the center of this, is how we can collaborate. And I would say, obviously as an economist, let's think of a standard for create sustainable business models that at the end are in the core of all of this interaction. And of course, we need more, funding program to support expert creating this standard. So thank you very much for the support that is also, let's say, social, technological, but also economical support. Thank you.
Thanks, Belém. In fact, I agree with you. So the experts at SEEBLOCKS, and I believe also Blockstain they came from different fields. So we had members from standards, we had from academia, we had companies, we had also from lawyers, so they can also help maybe to be transition within. They know the problems the industry and the people face, so it could be also a nice liaison. So I fully agree with you. And I would like to thank you for all of you did a very good job. You like to say something, Paulo, quickly? before you?
Quickly, because I only answer one question. You have 2 points. But what
like to go
I think that is interesting for the group, that someone talking during morning on open source standards. Yeah. I think that is the way to go, because the first standard and the second one that we published on ontologies, everybody was talking about, okay, give them the file, and we finally did it, and everybody is using that. So I think that will be a good one, because in the end, IEEE wants to sell standards, ISO wants to sell standards, but it also want to use. So if we get the real file of the ontology, that is good, and for everybody to disseminate the work more faster, and every machine can work with the same ground level. Okay, big companies already are using that, so I think it will be good also for this community. That was what I have done in this fellowship from SEEBLOCKS. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Paulo, for the closure, but also like to thank you for all of you to reply to your questions in such a quick speed. We should be proud. Thank you very much for your contributions, and I think we can close this panel. Nick, if I may, shall we go straight to the closing ceremony? Okay, thank you very much for your contributions. So, Nick was very kind. He gave me permission to go straight to the next session. So thanks, Nick, about that. So before we go to the final, let's say, recognition, just would like to thank you for all of you who are here at the conference. You know, we had so many different speakers today. An important thing I'd like to highlight, so which was mentioned yesterday, it's not easy to have women involved in standardization, but today, I would say, more than 40% of the speakers were women. So, you know, it's kind of a good way to counterbalance what is happening. So we are very, very happy with that. Have the very famous gender balance in these kind of initiatives. And one point that I already mentioned before when closing this panel, so at least on the experts, we had experts with different backgrounds, and that's the point of having different people with different opinions to reach a final result. So we have lawyers, technology experts, economics, academics, bankers, SMEs, and also someone who's joined the blockchain business from the music sector. It was one of our experts. So very happy. Thank you for all of you, because it was thanks to you that the agenda was such rich and interesting. But let's close the ceremony. So when we're talking internally here, so in the meantime, to save time, I'd like to call on stage my colleagues Irina and Knut, and also someone who has been working hard on the backstage, but worked very closely with expert, my colleague Gabriela. Don't be shy, you can come on stage. So the thing, thank you. So the thing is, so we work with so many experts, and it had such a important work in different fields, but it was thinking, okay, they are all great, but we thought, okay, but there were some that had like their impact was wider, everything was relevant, but there was this kind of a special flair in some of them, and we reached the let's say to 4 special recognitions. Okay, so here we see a sample of the experts. There are more, and we are very happy to just call on stage some 4 experts to recognize for their excellent work and also the impact they had. So the thing is, when we were selecting these people, when we were discussing, all of us, they are preparing the recognition. So we took into account some criteria. So one point is if any IC priority was addressed. Okay, so SEEBLOCKS exists, and also Blockstain, they exist to solve some points that were pointed out by the European Commission. So we took into account those points. Also, we analyzed internally what was the impact of the work within Europe. Okay, how wide this impact was. Also, how the number of different SDOs that expert was involved. So this also increases the impact I referred in previous points. Also, two other points are the number of contributions they did into standardization documents. And last, we are in Europe, so we care very well on sustainability. So we also took into account if their work was focused on this matter. Are we getting ready? I think we'll put, are you getting ready? Okay. So who are they? We have 4 people doing some suspense. So the first person we'll call on stage, it will be Irina, who have the pleasure to offer the recognition. So who's coming? Who's coming? Thank you for the music. It helps.
For me.
For all of us. So, okay, let's see who's coming. 1, 2, 3. Let me say again, more suspense. 1, 2, 3. Paul Ferris. Paul Ferris. Where are you, Paul? Paul, come here. For his work on important contributions from focus on sustainability and also on standards on SSG. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I'll invite you to go more towards the center, please, with Irina. Thank you. Now, the next one I'll call will be my colleague Gabriela, who will be on stage, and to call the next person. Who's coming? 1, 2, 3, and we have Christian Grafenar. Where are you, Christian? There. Come on, join the stage. Enjoy the music. Thank you, Christian. So you had an important work on standards, GDPR, privacy. So good job. Thank you. Okay, the stage is getting full. Nice. So Knut, for the next person. Okay. So the next person is Maria Luisa Lacuna, who is not here, but will ensure she will receive this. Thanks, Maria Luisa. She had an important work within EUDI and EPSI compliant incentives framework. So congratulations, Luisa, who is at home on this work. And the last one, I think it's me. Give me a moment. Multitasking. Okay, who is the last person? Let me go. Okay, let me move a little. Hello. Okay, so the next person I have the big pleasure to call on stage. I need this. Julian Bringer. Nice. Thank you. So we called you for your important work on working group leadership, on auditing, security, identity frameworks, trusted. You know your job. So it's written there. So thank you for the both of you for the wider impact. But I would like you to call on stage the other experts of SEEBLOCKS, because you also did a very important work in the blockchain field standardization. So come here on stage, Belém. You don't be shy, Jerome. Come on stage. You look fine here all together. Don't be shy. Fiona, also would like you to come here on stage. You were a very important element within SEEBLOCKS. Is anyone missing? I don't see very well, but my eyes are working hard to find you. Or Alistair, come here as well. Ismael, Simone, you're right. Come on stage. Simone is part of the SEEBLOCKS family from Fraunhofer. Sorry. Jegos? I need help. I have glasses, but don't trust them, please. Now I need my colleague Matteo, who are you okay? Wait, we need more people, Is everyone here? Can I trust you? I think so. Okay. Blockchain family on standardization. Thank you very much. Also special thanks for all of you that tennis work here and for those that are online. Nick, thank you. Come on stage, please, our master of ceremony of today. He's there. Okay. And it's a wrap up. We have a cocktail till 7. Don't let the cocktail run away, please. It's waiting for you. Food and drinks. Thank you, everyone, for your work.
It's great to see you. Yeah.